Somewhere it's late. Somewhere a light is still on. I like knowing that this story is finding you wherever you are tonight. Drop your city in the comments if you feel like it. And if you'd like more nights like this one, the subscribe button is how you find your way back. Now, let's begin. There is a kind of silence that arrives before a story really begins. Not the silence of nothing happening, but the silence of something ancient, waiting to be remembered. Settle in. Let the weight of the blankets find you. The world outside can hold its noise a while longer. This is the history of the United States, all of it from the very beginning. And the beginning is much older than most people suppose. Somewhere between 15,000 and 20,000 years ago, give or take a few thousand years, because time at that scale tends to blur at the edges. The first human beings set foot on what we now call the Americas. They didn't arrive with any particular ceremony. There were no flags, no declarations. They walked. Imagine it for a moment. You are moving through a cold so thorough it has weight. The wind comes from a direction that has no name yet. Ahead of you, the land stretches on and does not end. Behind you, everything you have ever known is already becoming small. You are not exploring. You are following something large and warm across a frozen world, and the next meal is the only horizon that matters. They crossed a land bridge connecting Siberia to Alaska, a place called Beringia, which at its widest was roughly 1,000 miles across. It sounds spacious. It was not. It was a frozen, wind-swept tundra where a modern Alaskan winter would have felt, by comparison, almost gentle. These were not explorers in any sense we would recognize. They were hunters, following the great herds, woolly mammoths, giant ground sloths, and other creatures of such extraordinary scale that the world they moved through was genuinely unlike anything still living. The people following them had no thought of making history. They were simply trying to survive another day, which given their circumstances was achievement enough. Over the course of thousands of years, these first arrivals spread across 2 entire continents. From the frozen Arctic to the southern tip of South America, deserts, rainforests, coastlines, mountain ranges, the high, dry grasslands of the interior. They moved into every imaginable environment, and in each one they didn't merely survive. They built. This is the part that deserves a moment of quiet consideration. When European ships finally appeared on the horizon, the Americas were not empty. They were not a wilderness waiting to be discovered. They were home to millions of people with thousands of years of history, of science, of governance, of art, of philosophy, already behind them. Before European contact, somewhere between 300 and 500 distinct languages were spoken north of Mexico alone. All of Europe today, the entire continent, has roughly 200. And these weren't regional accents or dialects. Many of these languages were as different from one another as English is from Mandarin. A Navajo speaker and a Cherokee speaker might as well have been standing on different planets. The sounds, the structures, the worlds carried inside the words, entirely their own. We tend, when we speak of Native Americans, to speak of them as though they were one people. They were not. They were hundreds of peoples, hundreds of distinct nations, each with their own traditions, their own governments, their own ways of understanding the sky and the soil and the proper way to treat a stranger. Let's begin in the Northeast, where something was happening that political thinkers of any era might pause over. Sometime around the 15th century, possibly earlier, the precise date has not survived with any clarity. 5 nations decided to stop fighting each other. The Mohawk, the Oneida, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, and the Seneca sat down together and did something genuinely unusual. They talked. They negotiated. And they formed what became known as the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, sometimes called the Iroquois Confederacy, a democratic union with a constitution, a legislative body, and a system of checks and balances sophisticated enough to draw the quiet admiration of certain founding fathers who later neglected to mention where some of their ideas had come from. This was not a loose arrangement that dissolved at the first inconvenience. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy lasted for centuries and was still functioning when European ships began appearing on the coast. Their great law of peace established rules for governance, for resolving disputes, for collective decision-making. Representatives from each nation gathered to debate. Decisions required consensus, not mere majority. Women held significant power within this system. Clan mothers selected chiefs and could remove them. They controlled property. They had the final say on matters of war and peace. This was happening. It is worth sitting with this for a moment. While European women were still, by law, the property of their fathers or husbands. Moving south to the Mississippi River Valley, the picture shifts again. Cahokia, located near what is now St. Louis, was once the largest urban center north of Mexico. At its peak around 1100 AD, its population was somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 people, which made it larger than London at the same time. The city had a massive central plaza, more than 100 earthen mounds, and a wooden palisade wall that ran for 2 miles. The largest structure, Monk's Mound, covered 14 acres at its base and rose 100 feet into the air. It was built entirely by hand, one basket of dirt at a time, without wheels, without draft animals, by people who had somehow organized themselves into a society capable of imagining and completing something on that scale. There is something quietly extraordinary about that image. The weight of all that earth, moved by hand, the patience of it. The Cahokians were not alone in their building. Throughout the Ohio and Mississippi valleys, cultures known collectively as the mound builders constructed thousands of earthworks across a span of roughly 3,000 years. Many were precisely aligned with astronomical events, serving as calendars, as ceremonial centers, as records of knowledge too important to leave to memory alone. The Great Serpent Mound in Ohio stretches over 1,300 feet and depicts a serpent with its mouth open. Possibly swallowing an egg, possibly the sun, possibly something else entirely. The builders left no instruction manual. They rarely do. Out west, in the dry canyon country of the Four Corners region, the ancestral Pueblones built their homes into cliff faces. Cliff Palace at Mesa Verde contains over 150 rooms and could house around 100 people. These were not crude shelters. They were multi-story buildings with plazas, storage rooms, and ceremonial chambers called kivas. The masonry was precise. The structural thinking was sound. Modern architects, looking at these buildings, tend to go quiet for a moment before they speak. The daily commute from cliff dwelling to farming terraces below must have been exhausting in ways that are difficult to fully imagine. But the ancestral Pueblones farmed in one of the driest environments on the continent, growing corn, beans, and squash in places where the sensible response might have been to simply leave. They developed irrigation systems that coaxed food from land that offered very little cooperation. They stayed, and they built, and what they left behind is still standing. This brings us to a persistent, misunderstanding worth, untangling gently. The notion that Native Americans were purely hunter-gatherers, wandering without settlement or agriculture, is no more accurate than saying all Europeans lived in castles. Many indigenous peoples were accomplished farmers who had spent thousands of years developing techniques that were, in several respects, ahead of anything Europe was doing. The Three Sisters method of companion planting, corn, beans, and squash grown together, is a masterpiece of ecological reasoning. The corn grows tall and provides a structure for the beans to climb. The beans fix nitrogen in the soil, acting as a natural fertilizer. The squash spreads low along the ground, its broad leaves shading out weeds and holding moisture in the soil. The three plants feed each other, and together they feed the people growing them. It is, in essence, what modern ecologists would later call permaculture, a principle they would rediscover centuries later with a certain amount of fanfare. The crops themselves tell a longer story. Corn, or maize, was developed from a wild grass called teosinte through thousands of years of patient selective breeding by indigenous farmers in Mexico. The original plant looked nothing like modern corn. It produced tiny cobs with just a handful of kernels. Through careful observation passed down across generations, it was transformed into one of the most important food crops in the world. Potatoes, tomatoes, peppers, chocolate, vanilla, squash, pumpkins, avocados, peanuts, all domesticated by indigenous peoples of the Americas. Consider, for a moment, Italian cuisine without tomatoes, Irish cooking without potatoes, Swiss chocolate without cacao. The global food supply carries a debt to thousands of years of Native American agricultural science that has been, for the most part, neither acknowledged nor repaid. The Pacific Northwest tells a different story again, and it is worth pausing on. Here the sea was so generous that complex civilizations rose without agriculture at all. The Tlingit, the Haida, the Kwakwaka'wakwa, and other coastal peoples built permanent villages of large wooden houses, some sheltering multiple families, with posts and beams carved into family histories and ceremonial meanings. They smoked and dried salmon in quantities that could carry a community through the winter. The surplus of food allowed for specialization, for art, for ceremony. And for the potlatch, a gift-giving feast in which hosts demonstrated their wealth and status not by accumulating goods, but by giving them away, sometimes by destroying them entirely. European observers found this arrangement baffling. The confusion, one suspects, says more about European assumptions around wealth than it does about the logic of the potlatch. Trade networks connected indigenous communities across distances that are difficult to hold in the mind all at once. Obsidian from Yellowstone has been found in archaeological sites thousands of miles away. Copper from the Great Lakes turned up throughout the continent. Shells from the Gulf of Mexico made their way to the Great Plains. The Hopewell culture, centered in Ohio around 2,000 years ago, maintained trading connections stretching from the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic coast, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. This network moved raw materials, finished goods, and almost certainly ideas and technologies across an entire continent without roads, without pack animals, without anything we would recognize as infrastructure. The social organization required to sustain it across generations and across languages is, by any measure, impressive. Indigenous medical knowledge deserves its own moment of attention. Native healers had identified and used hundreds of plants with genuine medicinal properties. Willow bark for pain relief. It contains the compound we now call aspirin. Echinacea for immune support. Witch hazel for skin conditions. Dozens of others that modern pharmaceutical companies would eventually study, patent, and profit from, generally without acknowledgement. Indigenous healers practiced forms of surgery, set broken bones, and understood principles of hygiene that European physicians would not widely embrace for centuries yet. While European doctors were still bleeding patients to balance their humors, a treatment roughly as effective as doing nothing and considerably more dangerous, indigenous healers were applying targeted remedies refined through generations of observation and experiment. The methodology was, at its core, scientific. Observe, form a theory, test it, refine. The absence of laboratories and peer-reviewed journals did not change the fundamental nature of what was happening. That this knowledge was dismissed as superstition by people whose own best medical thinking involved leeches is a particular kind of irony that history has never quite resolved. On the Great Plains, before the horse changed everything, various peoples organized their lives around the vast bison herds that once moved across the grasslands in numbers almost impossible to picture now. Tens of millions of animals. The knowledge of their migration patterns, accumulated over generations, was as detailed and reliable as anything a modern wildlife biologist might produce. The bison provided nearly everything a community needed. Meat, hides for clothing and shelter, bones for tools, sinew for thread, dried dung for fuel in a landscape where trees were scarce. Nothing was wasted. The idea of killing a bison for sport or leaving a carcass to rot in the grass would have struck Plains peoples not merely as foolish, but as morally wrong. This wasn't sentiment. It was the practical logic of people who understood that their survival and their food supply were the same thing. Then, in the 16th century, horses arrived. Escapees from Spanish expeditions into the Southwest, they spread across the plains, and within a few generations, peoples who had hunted on foot became some of the most skilled cavalry the world had produced. The horse reshaped hunting, travel, and the culture of warfare entirely. The equestrian plains culture, the one most people picture when they think of Native Americans, was in fact a relatively recent development, an adaptation to new circumstances. Indigenous cultures were always adapting, always innovating. The image of timeless, unchanging tradition was always a fiction imposed from outside. In the Southeast, the Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole nations had developed complex chiefdoms with towns, agricultural systems, and political structures that even European colonizers, who were not always looking charitably, found sophisticated. The Cherokee had their own written language, developed by a man named Sequoyah in the early 19th century, one of the only times in recorded history that a single individual created a complete writing system. Within just a few years of its introduction, the majority of Cherokee people were literate, a rate that exceeded most American states at the time. The Cherokee established a constitutional government, published a newspaper, and adopted many European customs in what was, in retrospect, a careful and reasoned attempt at coexistence. It was not enough. We will come to that. Religion and spirituality varied as widely as everything else, but certain threads appear across many traditions: a deep connection to the natural world, a sense of spirit inhabiting animals and plants and landscape, an emphasis on balance, and on maintaining right relationship with the environment. These were not primitive superstitions. They were complex philosophical systems providing frameworks for understanding existence, governing behavior, and holding communities together. Oral traditions carried knowledge across generations with remarkable accuracy. Stories that read, on the surface, as myth often encoded practical knowledge about weather, about animal behavior, about plant properties, about events that had shaped the community long before living memory. Oral historians could recite genealogies and treaties spanning centuries. The memory required for this was not a lesser substitute for writing. It was a different kind of discipline, and a rigorous one. Warfare existed. It would be misleading to suggest otherwise, but it followed rules and conventions that European observers often found bewildering. Many conflicts were limited in their aims, more concerned with honor and the settling of specific grievances than with conquest or annihilation. Counting coup in Plains cultures, touching an enemy in battle without killing him, was considered more honorable than the killing itself, because it demonstrated skill and courage rather than mere violence. Captives were sometimes adopted into tribes to replace members lost to war or disease. There are documented cases of people of European descent living among indigenous communities who, when offered the chance to return to colonial society, declined. Total war, the systematic destruction of an enemy's civilians, food supplies, and infrastructure, was a European import. Indigenous peoples would learn its logic, at terrible cost, from the people who brought it. Diplomacy had its own careful forms. Wampum belts, strings of shell beads woven into specific patterns, served as contracts, as records, and as symbols of agreements. Different colors and patterns carried specific meanings. The exchange of wampum was not decoration. It was the medium through which political relationships were made real. Smoking pipes together sealed agreements and signaled peaceful intent. European negotiators who ignored these protocols, who treated them as quaint customs rather than the procedural requirements they actually were, often found their agreements coming apart in ways they did not fully understand. The failure to learn how things were done, The assumption that one's own methods were the obvious universal default produced misunderstandings that cost lives on both sides, though never equally. The diversity of indigenous political systems challenges a quiet assumption that most people carry without knowing it. The assumption that there is essentially one correct way to organize a society. Some nations had hereditary chiefs with considerable authority. Others practiced forms of consensus democracy that would seem radical even now. The Haudenosaunee model required agreement from all parties before a decision could be implemented. It was slow. It was also, by design, one in which everyone affected had to be brought along. Many societies maintained separate peace chiefs and war chiefs, recognizing that the qualities needed for one role were not the same as those needed for the other. Several cultures traced lineage through mothers rather than fathers. Women in some nations held property rights that women in Europe would not gain for centuries. It is worth pausing here to hold the full scale of this in mind. Before European contact, the population north of Mexico is estimated at somewhere between 2 million and 18 million people, with most modern scholars leaning toward the higher end of that range. The entire Western Hemisphere may have held 100 million people or more. These were not scattered nomads. They were the citizens of nations. Nations with long histories, with futures they had every reason to expect would continue for thousands of years more. They had art, music, literature preserved in memory and ceremony, science, medicine, engineering, philosophy. They had everything, in short, that constitutes a civilization, simply not in forms that European visitors were willing to recognize. Columbus, when he arrived in 1492, thought he had reached Asia. He called the people he met Indians, a name built on a mistake that persisted for 500 years. The Spanish conquistadors who followed him were primarily interested in gold and in souls to convert. They were not especially curious about sophisticated agricultural systems or structures of democratic governance. The English settlers who came later to the Atlantic coast often owed their survival directly to indigenous peoples who taught them how to farm unfamiliar land and navigate unfamiliar terrain. They repaid this with disease, displacement, and death. The disease alone deserves its own quiet reckoning. Indigenous peoples had no immunity to smallpox, measles, influenza, typhus, and the dozens of other illnesses that Europeans had been living alongside and dying from for generations. The results were catastrophic on a scale that is genuinely difficult to absorb. Epidemics often raced ahead of European settlers, spreading through trade networks and devastating communities that had never yet seen a European face. Mortality rates of 50 to 90% were common. Entire villages were emptied. Political structures collapsed. Accumulated knowledge died with elders who had not had time to pass it on. By some estimates, the indigenous population of the Americas declined by 90% within the first century of contact. The largest demographic catastrophe in human history, measured not in years but in generations, and largely invisible because it happened to people whose deaths left no records that European observers thought to keep. The empty wilderness that later settlers described and romanticized was often land that had been densely populated just a few generations earlier. Its inhabitants had not vanished. They had been killed by pathogens they had no way to see, no way to understand, and no way to resist. The cultural destruction came after, and it was deliberate. Missionaries worked to eliminate indigenous religions, languages, and traditions. Children were taken from their families and placed in boarding schools operating under a stated aim that an American official would put plainly: to kill the Indian and save the man. Traditional governance was undermined and dismantled. Sacred sites were desecrated. Ceremonies were banned. Children were beaten for speaking their own languages. That indigenous peoples and cultures survived despite all of this, that they are here still, with their languages being revitalized, and their traditions being reclaimed, and their governance being exercised. is a fact that deserves more than a sentence. There are today nearly 7 million Americans who identify as Native American or Alaska Native, either alone or in combination with other ethnicities. 574 federally recognized tribes exercise sovereignty within their territories. The knowledge these communities hold about ecology and sustainability and governance and community is knowledge the wider culture is only beginning, slowly, to appreciate. The trails that became highways were laid down first by indigenous feet. The crops that fed early settlers were developed by indigenous farmers over thousands of years. The political ideas that shaped the American Republic owed something, without full acknowledgement, to the Haudenosaunee model of confederated governance. The landscapes that European settlers called wilderness had been actively managed through fire, through cultivation, through selective harvesting, for millennia. The United States was not built on empty land. It was built on land that had been home to millions of people, shaped by human hands and human minds for 15,000 years, and taken through a combination of treaty, deception, and force that the historical record does not permit us to describe any other way. And from this land, this ancient, complicated, inhabited land, a different story was about to begin. In 1492, 3 small ships under the command of a Genoese navigator employed by the Spanish crown sailed into the Caribbean. Their captain believed, incorrectly, that he had found a new route to Asia. He was wrong about nearly everything except the fact that he had found something. What he had found, and what he and those who came after him would do with it, would reshape the world in ways that no one on any shore was prepared for. The Europeans brought horses, wheat, and steel. They also brought smallpox, measles, and an appetite for land and gold that had no natural limit. 2 long-separated branches of humanity were about to meet. The costs and benefits of that meeting would be distributed with a particular and lasting inequality. But before we follow those ships any further, take a moment. Think of what had been built here over 15,000 years. The cities and confederacies and trade networks and medical knowledge and stories and songs. The languages that had no equivalent elsewhere. The political experiments that no one in Europe knew to learn from. Some of it survived, much of it did not. The history of indigenous America is not simply a prelude to what Europeans did next. It is history in its own right, history that mattered and was lived and was lost, and was, against considerable odds, partly preserved. And any honest account of the United States has to begin here, with the people who were already home. The land remembers things we forget. That is the quiet truth at the heart of what comes before this chapter, before the colonies, before the declarations and the debates. The people who were already here, the Haudenosaunee, whose confederacy stands as the oldest continuous democracy in the world. The Navajo, whose nation is larger than several American states today. The Cherokee, whose language is still spoken by thousands. The nations whose descendants still attend powwows, still make art, still write books and make films and tell their own stories in their own voices. These people did not vanish when European ships appeared on the horizon. Their histories collided with other histories, and what emerged from that collision was something new, and something still unresolved. It is living history, not sealed away in the past. The people whose ancestors walked across Beringia during the Ice Age are still walking this land, still adapting, still here. And that persistence, more than any monument or document or official proclamation, is what connects the deep past to the present moment. And now, arriving into that land, came the Europeans, who believed they had discovered something entirely new and had no idea how wrong they were. The colonies had spent more than a century and a half growing, and in growing, they had accumulated something else alongside farms and towns and trade routes. They had accumulated grievances. By the 1760s, the relationship between Britain and her American colonies had become something like a long and unhappy partnership, in which one side made financial demands and the other did all the work, and received none of the recognition. The colonists had fought in Britain's wars, expanded British territory, and generated considerable wealth for British merchants, all while being told they couldn't manufacture their own hats or trade with anyone Britain hadn't approved of. The hat thing, incidentally, is not a metaphor. The Hat Act of 1732 actually prohibited colonists from exporting hats they made, because the British hat industry required protection from colonial competition. When you find yourself regulating headwear across an ocean, you may be managing the details a little too closely. The real trouble started, as trouble often does, with money. The 7 Years' War, known in America as the French and Indian War, had been expensive. Britain had won, gaining control of Canada and removing the French threat to the colonies, but the victory had left the empire deep in debt. Parliament looked at the situation and concluded, reasonably enough from their position, that the colonists ought to help pay for a war fought partly on their behalf. The colonists looked at the same situation and concluded, equally reasonably from their position, that they had not asked for the war, had not been consulted about it, and were not prepared to pay taxes to a parliament where they held no representation. This disagreement, quiet at first, would prove somewhat difficult to resolve. You are standing in a colonial print shop in 1765. The smell of ink is sharp in the air. Someone near you is reading a broadsheet, and the words stamped across it. Stamps, duties, Parliament, have a weight to them that the paper itself can barely hold. The man beside you doesn't look like a revolutionary. He looks like someone who is very, very tired of being told what to do. The Stamp Act of 1765 was Britain's first serious attempt to tax the colonists directly, requiring revenue stamps on newspapers, legal documents, playing cards, and various other paper goods. The colonial response was immediate, furious, and occasionally violent. Stamp distributors were hanged in effigy, their houses ransacked, their persons threatened until most of them resigned rather than face the crowds. Colonial merchants organized boycotts of British goods. Assemblies passed resolutions declaring the tax unconstitutional. The phrase, "no taxation without representation," became the rallying cry of a resistance that was still, at this point, asking to be heard rather than demanding to be free. Parliament, somewhat taken aback by the intensity of a reaction to what seemed like a perfectly sensible revenue measure, repealed the Stamp Act the following year. But they also passed the Declaratory Act, asserting Parliament's right to legislate for the colonies in, as they put it, all cases whatsoever. Which was their way of saying, "We are stepping back this time, but do not mistake that for surrender." The pattern repeated with depressing regularity over the years that followed. Parliament would impose some new tax or regulation. The colonists would protest, boycott, and occasionally riot. Parliament would retreat on the specific measure while insisting on the general principle. Neither side was willing to yield on the fundamental question. The colonists believed they could only be taxed by their own elected representatives. Parliament believed its sovereignty was indivisible, and that conceding independent taxing authority to colonial assemblies would effectively dissolve the empire. Both positions had their logic. Logic, however, has never been particularly effective at resolving disputes where pride and power are the real stakes. The Townshend Acts of 1767 tried a different approach, imposing duties on imported goods, glass, paper, paint, and tea, rather than direct taxes. The colonists were not fooled. They knew a tax when they saw one, whatever it was called, and the boycotts resumed. British troops were sent to Boston to maintain order, which went about as well as you might expect when you station armed soldiers in a city that does not want them there. Tensions rose steadily until March of 1770, when a confrontation between British soldiers and a crowd ended with the troops firing into the mob, killing 5 colonists. The Boston Massacre, as colonial propagandists immediately called it, was probably more of a confused and frightened scuffle than a deliberate atrocity, but in the hands of Paul Revere, whose engraving of the scene was highly sensationalized and widely circulated throughout the colonies. It became something else entirely. It became a symbol. The image of British soldiers shooting down unarmed Americans is not something you unsee, regardless of the complicated truth behind it. Parliament repealed most of the townshend duties, but kept the tax on tea, partly for revenue, but mostly as a matter of principle. They were determined to demonstrate that they could tax the colonies if they chose to, even if the amount collected barely covered what it cost to collect it. The colonists were equally determined to deny that principle, even if the tax itself was small. This is how you get a revolution over tea, not because of the money, but because of what paying the money would mean. The Boston Tea Party of December 1773, when colonists dressed as Mohawk Indians boarded ships in Boston Harbor and dumped 342 chests of tea into the cold water, was as much political theater as property destruction. The participants were making a point, not lining their pockets. They carefully avoided stealing anything except the tea itself, and even replaced a padlock they had broken in the course of their work. There is something quietly precise about that detail. A group of men committing an act of radical defiance and still pausing to replace the lock. Britain's response pushed the conflict past the point where it could be walked back. The coercive acts of 1774, which the colonists called the Intolerable Acts, apparently finding coercive insufficiently dramatic, closed Boston Harbor until the dumped tea was paid for, effectively strangling the city's economy. Massachusetts' colonial charter was revoked, and its government restructured to give the Crown-appointed governor greater power. Town meetings, that deeply rooted New England tradition of direct democracy, were restricted. British officials accused of crimes could now be tried in Britain rather than by colonial juries. And the Quartering Act required colonists to house British soldiers, because nothing communicates respect for a population quite like requiring them to feed and shelter the army occupying their town. These measures were designed to isolate and punish Massachusetts, to make an example of it for the other colonies. They had precisely the opposite effect. Instead of intimidating the colonists into compliance, the Intolerable Acts convinced them that what had happened to Massachusetts could happen to any of them. Other colonies began sending supplies to Boston. Committees of correspondence, a kind of revolutionary communication network, spread information and coordinated resistance across the continent. And in September 1774, the First Continental Congress brought together delegates from 12 colonies to discuss a unified response. They were not yet talking about independence. Most delegates still hoped for reconciliation, but they were talking about standing together. The shooting started in April 1775. British troops marched from Boston to seize colonial military supplies stored in Concord. They were met at Lexington by a small group of militiamen, and someone, no one has ever established quite, who fired the shot heard round the world. By the end of that day, British regulars were retreating back toward Boston under constant fire from colonial militiamen, who had turned out by the thousands along the roads and behind the stone walls and through the fields of a Massachusetts spring. The American Revolution had begun, though it would take another year before anyone was prepared to say so officially. The Second Continental Congress, assembling in Philadelphia just weeks after Lexington and Concord, found itself in the strange position of conducting a war while still hoping to avoid one. They created a Continental Army and appointed George Washington to command it, while simultaneously sending an olive branch petition to King George III expressing loyalty and asking for reconciliation. The king declined to receive the petition and declared the colonies to be in rebellion. The door, which had been closing slowly for a decade, closed. By early 1776, the question was no longer whether to fight. It was what, exactly, they were fighting for. Thomas Paine answered that question in January of that year with the publication of Common Sense, a a pamphlet that sold hundreds of thousands of copies and fundamentally shifted colonial opinion about what was possible. Paine did not merely argue against British policies. He argued against monarchy itself, against the idea that hereditary rule had any legitimacy at all, against the assumption that one person should govern others simply by virtue of who their parents were. Of more worth is one honest man to society, and in the sight of God, Paine wrote, than all the crowned ruffians that ever lived. This was not a moderate critique. This was an attack on the entire framework of government that most people had always assumed was simply the natural order of things. Common sense made independence thinkable for ordinary colonists who had never questioned monarchy before. Once thought, it proved difficult to unthink. The Continental Congress appointed a committee in June 1776 to draft a formal declaration of independence. The committee, demonstrating the eternal wisdom of committees everywhere, promptly delegated the actual writing to one of its members. Thomas Jefferson, a 33-year-old Virginia lawyer with a reputation for eloquence, produced a draft in roughly 2 weeks, working alone in a rented room in Philadelphia. No air conditioning, no word processor, and presumably a considerable quantity of ink-stained frustration. The document he wrote would become the founding statement of American political philosophy, though Congress would edit it substantially before approval, removing among other things a lengthy passage blaming the slave trade on King George III, a passage that was historically dubious and politically inconvenient, given that many of the delegates who would sign the finished document owned enslaved people themselves. The Declaration of Independence, adopted on July 4, 1776, opens with one of the most quoted sentences in the English language. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These words would echo forward through American history, invoked by abolitionists, by suffragists, by civil rights activists, by anyone seeking to expand the definition of who was meant by the phrase all men. In 1776, they were genuinely revolutionary, asserting that political authority came not from God through kings, but from the people themselves, and that governments existed to serve the governed, not the reverse. Whether the men who signed the Declaration fully understood the implications of what they were endorsing is a question worth sitting with. What is beyond doubt is that they were committing treason. If the revolution failed, they would hang for it. Actually winning the revolution proved considerably more difficult than declaring it. The British had the most powerful military in the world, professional soldiers, an enormous navy, seemingly unlimited resources. The Americans had enthusiasm, a detailed knowledge of local terrain, and not much else in the early days. Washington's Continental Army was perpetually short of men, money, supplies, and training. Soldiers enlisted for short terms and went home when those terms expired, regardless of what the military situation required. Congress could request money and troops from the states, but could compel neither. Currency printed to finance the war became so worthless that the phrase, "not worth a continental," entered the language as a description of something completely without value. The war dragged on for 8 years and featured more defeats than victories for the American side, at least in the beginning. Washington lost New York City in 1776 and would not recover it until the war was over. His army nearly disintegrated at Valley Forge in the brutal winter of 1777 to 1778, when soldiers died of disease and exposure while Congress debated, and local farmers sold their produce to the British for hard currency rather than accept continental money that was worth almost nothing. Think for a moment about what Valley Forge actually felt like. The cold that gets into your bones before you've even finished your morning. The sound of men coughing in thin wooden huts. The smell of damp wool and wood smoke and illness. This was not a distant, clean war. It was very cold, very near, and very close to failing. But the Americans had advantages that weren't immediately visible. They did not need to conquer Britain. They only needed to not lose until Britain gave up. The British, by contrast, needed to control a vast and hostile territory while maintaining supply lines stretching across the Atlantic Ocean, a logistical problem that grew harder with every passing season. And critically, the Americans were not alone. France entered the war in 1778, and that changed everything. The French had their own reasons for wanting Britain humiliated, having lost the 7 Years' War just 15 years earlier. They provided crucial military and financial support to the American cause: French troops, French ships, French money, and French military expertise, all of it flowing toward a revolution that might otherwise have exhausted itself and collapsed. The decisive engagement came at Yorktown in 1781, where Washington's army trapped the British General Cornwallis and forced his surrender. That victory was made possible by French naval control of the Chesapeake, which prevented British ships from reinforcing or evacuating Cornwallis's position. American independence was won, in part, because European great powers saw supporting colonial rebellion as a useful way to weaken a rival. That is not exactly the stirring narrative of pure patriotic triumph that later mythology would construct, but it is the truth of it, and the truth is always more interesting than the legend. The Treaty of Paris in 1783 officially ended the war and recognized American independence. The new nation stretched from the Atlantic coast to the Mississippi River, from the Great Lakes in the north to Spanish Florida in the south. On paper, it was impressive. In practice, the United States was less a nation than a loose association of 13 independent states that happened to share a common enemy, which they no longer had. The Articles of Confederation, the country's first constitution, had been deliberately designed to prevent anything resembling the powerful central government they had just fought to escape from. Congress could declare war, but couldn't raise an army without state cooperation. It could negotiate treaties, but couldn't enforce them. It could request money, but couldn't levy taxes. It could pass laws, but had no executive branch to carry them out and no judiciary to interpret them. The national government was, by design, almost entirely powerless. This arrangement had worked well enough during the war, when the shared threat of British victory focused everyone's attention. It worked considerably less well once that threat was removed. States printed their own currencies. They imposed tariffs on each other's goods. They behaved, in most respects, like separate countries that happened to share a postal service. Veterans who had been promised pay for their military service couldn't collect what they were owed because Congress had no money. Farmers in Massachusetts, crushed by debt and taxes, took up arms in Shays' Rebellion, and Congress couldn't send troops to put down the uprising because it had no troops to send. Foreign nations looked at a weak and divided country and treated it accordingly. Spain closed the Mississippi River to American commerce. Britain refused to evacuate military posts in American territory, correctly calculating that America was in no position to do anything about it. By 1787, it was clear to a significant number of people that something had to change. The Constitutional Convention that assembled in Philadelphia in May of that year was technically convened to revise the Articles of Confederation. The delegates quickly determined that revision was not enough. What was needed was an entirely new framework, a government strong enough to actually function, but limited enough to protect the liberty that had just been won. The debates that followed would shape American politics for centuries. It was a remarkable gathering of political talent, though perhaps not quite as uniformly brilliant as the mythology of the Founding Fathers would later suggest. Washington presided, lending his immense prestige to the proceedings. Benjamin Franklin, at 81 the oldest delegate present, contributed wisdom and the occasional well-timed observation. James Madison arrived with a detailed plan for a new government and took notes so comprehensive and thorough that they remain our primary record of what was said behind the closed doors of that Philadelphia summer. Alexander Hamilton argued for a powerful central government, perhaps too powerful for most delegates' comfort. Dozens of others brought their ideas, their objections, and their willingness to compromise to a document that no single person would have written alone. The central tension was between large states and small ones. Large states argued that democratic representation meant majority rule, and the majority of Americans lived in states like Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. Small states argued that they would never enter a union where they could be permanently outvoted by larger neighbors. The compromise that emerged created a bicameral legislature, a House of Representatives with seats allocated by population, and a Senate with 2 seats per state regardless of size. Under this arrangement, a citizen of Delaware would have considerably more influence in the Senate than a citizen of Virginia. It seemed unfair to some at the time. It seems even more unequal now. But it was the price of getting the small states to agree to the Constitution at all, and without them, there was no union. The question of slavery moved beneath nearly every debate like something no one wanted to name directly. The Southern states, whose economies rested on enslaved labor, wanted enslaved people counted for purposes of representation, but not for purposes of taxation. The Northern states wanted the reverse. The infamous 3/5 compromise resolved this by counting each enslaved person as 3/5 of a free person for both representation and taxation. A mathematical formula applied to human beings, which tells you something about the distance between the Declaration's language and the Constitution's practice. The framers of the Constitution, it is worth noticing, never wrote the word slave anywhere in the document. They used euphemisms. Persons held to service or labor, such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit. They prohibited Congress from banning the slave trade before 1808. They guaranteed the return of fugitive enslaved people. They required states to suppress slave rebellions. All of this, and never the word. There is something in that careful avoidance, a kind of collective knowledge that what they were protecting could not survive being looked at directly. It was a masterpiece of deliberate ambiguity, designed to hold the Union together by not resolving the question that would eventually tear it apart. The presidency presented its own difficulties. The delegates wanted an executive strong enough to govern effectively, but not strong enough to become a tyrant. They gave the president command of the military, the power to negotiate treaties, and the authority to appoint judges and other officials, but required Senate approval for treaties and appointments. They created the Electoral College as a buffer between popular opinion and presidential selection, because a number of delegates did not fully trust ordinary citizens to choose wisely. They set presidential terms at 4 years, without initially prohibiting re-election. The limit on how many terms a president could serve would come much later, after Franklin Roosevelt won 4 consecutive elections and made the question feel urgent. The grounds for impeachment were left vague enough that no one could quite agree on what they meant, a vagueness that would prove consequential many times over. The judiciary received comparatively little attention during the convention, perhaps because courts seemed less immediately dangerous than executives or legislatures. Article III created a Supreme Court and authorized Congress to establish lower federal courts, but said remarkably little about the actual powers those courts would hold. The principle of judicial review, that courts could strike down laws they found unconstitutional, was not stated anywhere in the document. Chief Justice John Marshall would establish that principle in practice years later, in what might be called a brilliant piece of judicial architecture, claiming a power that the Constitution had not explicitly granted, that his opponents could not effectively challenge because he was, technically, correct about what the document implied, even while he was also, conveniently, expanding the authority of the institution he led. The Constitution that emerged from 4 months of debate was a document of compromise, satisfying no one completely, but acceptable to enough people to move forward. It created a federal system with power divided between national and state governments, a separation of powers among legislative, executive, and judicial branches, and a system of checks and balances designed to prevent any single faction from accumulating too much control. By the standards of the modern world, it was not a democratic document. It permitted slavery. It denied women any political rights. It left voting qualifications to the states, which generally restricted the franchise to white male property owners. But it was a framework for self-government that could be amended and reinterpreted over time, and that capacity for evolution would prove more consequential than any of its specific provisions. Ratification was far from assured. The Constitution required approval from 9 of the 13 states, and the opposition was fierce. Those who opposed ratification, called anti-federalists, raised objections that were serious and in many cases prescient. The new government was too powerful, they argued. It would become tyrannical. There was no Bill of Rights protecting individual liberties. The document favored commercial interests over farmers. It would produce an aristocracy of wealth. The president resembled a king. The Senate resembled a House of Lords. The whole structure was a betrayal of the Revolution. The Federalists who supported ratification countered with one of the most sophisticated defenses of a constitutional system ever written. Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay produced a series of essays known as the Federalist Papers, explaining and defending each provision of the proposed government. Madison's Federalist No. 10 argued that a large republic would actually prove more stable than a small one, because the diversity of competing interests would prevent any single faction from dominating the whole. Hamilton's contributions defended the presidency, the judiciary, and federal power in general. The Federalist Papers remain the most authoritative commentary on the Constitution's original meaning, though whether that original meaning should govern modern interpretation is itself a question that has never been fully settled. The ratification process moved state by state through 1787 and 1788. Delaware ratified first, and unanimously. Pennsylvania followed, though only after Federalists physically dragged reluctant legislators to the Assembly to establish a quorum. Massachusetts ratified by a narrow margin after Federalists promised to support amendments adding a Bill of Rights. New Hampshire provided the ninth and technically decisive ratification in June of 1788, making the Constitution the law of the land, in principle. But everyone understood that the Union could not function without Virginia and New York, the largest and most strategically important states. Virginia ratified by 10 votes. New York ratified by 3. North Carolina initially rejected the Constitution and only ratified after the new government was already operating. Rhode Island, maintaining a reputation for independence that went beyond mere stubbornness, held out until 1790, when it was threatened with being treated as a foreign nation. The promised Bill of Rights followed quickly. Madison, initially skeptical that such amendments were strictly necessary, became their champion in the first Congress, partly because he had made a promise, and partly because he came to understand their political importance. 12 amendments were proposed. 10 were ratified by the states in 1791. These first 10 amendments to the Constitution protected freedom of religion, speech, press, and assembly. They guaranteed the right to bear arms. They protected against unreasonable searches and seizures. They ensured due process of law. They reserved powers not delegated to the federal government to the states and to the people. They did not, initially, apply to state governments. That interpretation would come much later, but they established the principle that certain rights existed beyond the government's reach. The new government assembled in New York City in 1789. Washington was unanimously elected as the first president. John Adams was elected vice president. Congress immediately confronted decisions that would set precedents for every administration that followed. How should the president be addressed? Adams suggested, His Highness the President of the United States and protector of the rights of the same, which was universally agreed to be excessive. They settled on simply, Mr. President. How should the executive branch be organized? Congress created departments of state, treasury, and war. Washington appointed Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, and Henry Knox to lead them respectively. The word cabinet appears nowhere in the Constitution, but it entered the language almost immediately as the standard term for this group of advisors. Hamilton, as Treasury Secretary, quickly became the most influential figure in the early government after Washington himself. His financial program was controversial, ambitious, and ultimately transformative. He proposed that the federal government assume the states' war debts, creating a unified national debt and establishing federal credit. He proposed a national bank to manage government finances and support economic development. He proposed tariffs to protect American manufacturing and excise taxes to raise revenue. Each proposal generated fierce debate. Hamilton generally prevailed, and in doing so laid the foundations of American capitalism. The opposition to Hamilton's program gathered around Jefferson and Madison, who saw in it the creation of precisely the powerful, commercially oriented government they had feared. They believed Hamilton was building a system that favored Northern merchants and financial speculators at the expense of Southern farmers and landed interests. They suspected he was recreating something like the British system they had just escaped, a government of the wealthy, run by the wealthy, designed for the wealthy. The personal enmity between Hamilton and Jefferson became legendary. Their disputes in cabinet meetings grew so bitter that Washington frequently had to mediate between them. From this conflict grew the first American political parties, Hamilton's Federalists and Jefferson's Democratic Republicans, though neither side was entirely comfortable acknowledging that parties existed, since everyone in principle agreed that faction was dangerous to Republican government. The parties existed. The discomfort about their existence also existed. Both things were true at once, which is itself a distinctly American arrangement. Washington served 2 terms, and in doing so established by example the precedent that presidents should not seek a third, a norm that would hold for a century and a half, until Franklin Roosevelt broke it in circumstances his supporters argued were exceptional. Washington's farewell address, published in 1796, warned against the dangers of political parties, permanent foreign alliances, and sectional divisions. Future generations would cite it selectively, invoking the passages that supported whatever they were already inclined to do, while quietly setting aside the parts that didn't. The election of 1796 produced an awkward result. Under the original Constitution, which had not been written with political parties in mind, the presidency went to the candidate with the most electoral votes, and the vice presidency went to the runner-up. This produced a Federalist president in John Adams and a Democratic-Republican vice president in Thomas Jefferson. 2 men who had once been close collaborators in the Revolution and were now leaders of opposing factions sharing an executive branch. Adams's presidency was defined largely by the quasi-war with France and by the Alien and Sedition Acts, which gave the government the power to deport foreigners and to prosecute critics of the administration. These acts were popular with Federalists and outrageous to Democratic Republicans, who saw in them exactly the abuse of power they had warned was coming. Jefferson and Madison responded with the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions, arguing that states held the authority to nullify federal laws they deemed unconstitutional. It was a doctrine that would lie dormant for decades before returning with force, and consequences that neither man had fully anticipated. The election of 1800 was a genuine constitutional crisis. Jefferson and his running mate Aaron Burr. The election of 1800 found 2 men tied, Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr, both receiving the same number of electoral votes, and the Constitution, not yet prepared for such a thing, sent the decision to the House of Representatives. Some Federalists, who despised Jefferson and saw in this confusion their last opportunity, briefly considered throwing their weight behind Burr instead. Alexander Hamilton argued against this with everything he had. Hamilton and Jefferson had been adversaries for years, bitter and articulate ones, and yet Hamilton looked at Aaron Burr and concluded that Jefferson, his longtime enemy, was still the safer choice. Burr, in Hamilton's view, was fundamentally untrustworthy. The kind of man who would do anything and believe nothing. The House voted 36 times before Jefferson finally prevailed. 36 times. Each one a small ordeal, a room full of men deciding whether this new system of government could actually survive a contested transfer of power. It could, as it turned out, but the framers took no chances. The 12th Amendment, ratified in 1804, repaired the flaw by requiring separate ballots for president and vice president, so that two men from the same party could never again arrive at the same number of votes and create this kind of elegant, paralyzing chaos. Jefferson called his election the Revolution of 1800. That may overstate it slightly, but it was genuinely significant. Perhaps the most significant thing about it was how quiet it was. Power moved from one party to another peaceably, without soldiers, without blood. The constitutional system had survived its first real test of political conflict, and the Republic was still standing in the morning. Jefferson came into office promising a government that was wise and frugal, one that would not, as he put it, take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. He promised to leave citizens free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement. He reduced the military. He eliminated internal taxes. He paid down the national debt. And then, somewhat at odds with all of that, he doubled the size of the country. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803 is one of history's more remarkable real estate transactions. Napoleon, who needed money for his European wars and had by then abandoned his ambitions for a French empire in the Americas, offered to sell not merely New Orleans, which was what Jefferson had been hoping to acquire, but the entire Louisiana territory. Over 800,000 square miles, for roughly $15 million, about 4 cents an acre. Jefferson had strong views about the limits of federal power. He was what was called a strict constructionist, someone who believed the Constitution meant only what it said, and that the federal government could do only what it was explicitly authorized to do. He looked at the offer, looked at the Constitution, found no clause authorizing the purchase of foreign territory, and bought it anyway. The opportunity, he decided, was simply too good to pass up. His political opponents, who had spent years arguing for broad federal powers, promptly discovered strict constructionism for themselves and criticized the purchase as unconstitutional. Politics makes hypocrites of everyone, eventually. The purchase raised immediate and practical questions. What exactly had been bought? What was out there? What would be done with it? Jefferson dispatched Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to find out. Their expedition lasted from 1804 to 1806, covered over 8,000 miles, and returned with something invaluable, the shape of a continent that most Americans had only imagined. They documented the land, the people, the plants, the animals. They established American claims to the Oregon Territory. And perhaps most importantly, they demonstrated that the continent was far larger and more varied than anyone had supposed, and that the work of filling it with American settlements would be the work of generations, not years. You are standing at the edge of something enormous. The river before you is wide and brown and moving steadily west. The air smells of damp grass and distance. Someone ahead of you is sketching in a journal, a plant, a bird, the shape of a hill, and you realize they are trying to put into words something that has never been written down before. That territory would need to be organized, governed, and eventually carved into states. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 had already established a process for this, a path by which territories could become states with full equality to the original 13. The same framework would apply to Louisiana. But there was a question embedded in all of it, one the founders had not answered and were in no hurry to answer. Would slavery be permitted in these new territories? For now, that question was set aside, left for future generations, as the founders often left things that were too large and too painful to hold. The republic they created was an experiment. They knew it. No democratic government had ever succeeded on this scale before. Ancient democracies had been small city-states, and most of them had been short-lived. The conventional wisdom held that republics required virtue in their citizens and homogeneity in their population, conditions that America, with its diversity and ambition and contradictions, seemed unlikely to sustain. The founders bet on something different. They bet that a carefully designed system of checks, balances, and separated powers could take human selfishness and ambition, the raw material of politics everywhere, and channel it toward productive rather than destructive ends. They bet that a written constitution, interpreted by independent courts, could restrain future majorities from trampling on minority rights. They bet that federalism, dividing power between national and state governments, could hold regional differences together without shattering national unity. These were reasonable bets. Whether they would pay off remained, at the time, genuinely uncertain. The birth of the American Republic was not a moment but a process, stretching from the first stirrings of resistance to British taxation, through the ratification of the Bill of Rights and well beyond. It involved not just the famous founders whose names appear on monuments, but thousands of people whose names are largely forgotten. Soldiers who froze at Valley Forge, farmers who left their fields to fight, women who managed households and businesses while their husbands were away at war. Enslaved people who heard the rhetoric of liberty and hoped, quietly, persistently, against considerable evidence, that it might eventually apply to them too. The ideals proclaimed in the Declaration of Independence would take centuries to even approach fulfillment. The work, in many respects, continues today. But the framework established in those early years, for all its flaws, for all its compromises, for all the things it left unresolved, proved remarkably durable. The Constitution remains the oldest written national constitution still in effect, amended only 27 times in more than 2 centuries. The Republic improbably survived. And now the new nation turned west, toward a continent it had just purchased a large piece of, and began to ask what it would do with all that space. The story of American expansion is a story of ambition and violence together, inseparable, of opportunity and dispossession arriving in the same moment, of dreams realized and dreams destroyed, often for the same people, often at the same time. It begins with a nation looking westward at a continent that seemed empty to those who chose not to see the people already living there. And carried inside that westward expansion, like a coal kept burning under everything, was the question the founders had so carefully avoided. The contradiction they had papered over with euphemisms and compromises, and the particular genius of looking away. Could a nation founded on the principle that all men are created equal continue to hold millions of people in bondage? Could a union half slave and half free survive indefinitely? By 1860, after decades of increasingly bitter conflict, Americans were about to discover that the answer to both questions was no. The road to that discovery had been paved with compromises, each one buying time without resolving anything. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 had admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, and drawn a geographic line across the Louisiana Territory, slavery permitted south of it, prohibited north of it. This arrangement held for 30 years, which in retrospect seems remarkable given how unstable it actually was. The Compromise of 1850, crafted by the aging Henry Clay and pushed through Congress by Stephen Douglas after Clay's death, admitted California as a free state, organized the remaining territories from the Mexican Cession without restrictions on slavery, and included a dramatically strengthened Fugitive Slave Act. That last provision required Northerners, ordinary people, going about their lives in states where slavery was illegal, to assist in the capture of escaped enslaved people. It managed to infuriate abolitionists while failing to satisfy slaveholders, which is quite an achievement in legislative futility. Then the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 blew up the Missouri Compromise entirely. Stephen Douglas, hoping to organize the remaining territories to make room for a transcontinental railroad, proposed that settlers in Kansas and Nebraska should simply decide for themselves whether to allow slavery. He called this popular sovereignty, and it sounded democratic. In practice, it meant that whoever could get more armed men into the territory first would win. The result was Bleeding Kansas, a miniature civil war, with rival governments, armed militias, and a level of violence that made the eventual full-scale war feel less like a shock than a continuation. John Brown arrived in that chaos, a wild-eyed abolitionist who believed God had personally commissioned him to end slavery by any means necessary. Brown led a massacre of pro-slavery settlers at Pottawatomie Creek, hacking 5 men to death with broadswords. This was not, it must be said, the measured political discourse the founders had envisioned. The Dred Scott decision of 1857 made things worse, which at that point had seemed almost impossible. Chief Justice Roger Taney, writing for the Supreme Court majority, ruled that black people, whether enslaved or free, could never be citizens of the United States, and had no rights which the white man was bound to respect. He further ruled that Congress had no power to prohibit slavery in the territories, effectively declaring the Missouri Compromise unconstitutional, decades after it had been in place. The decision was intended to settle the slavery question once and for all. Instead, it convinced many Northerners that the slave power had taken permanent control of the federal government and would not stop expanding slavery until it covered every part of the nation. Republicans, whose party had formed just a few years earlier specifically to oppose slavery's expansion, took the decision as proof that compromise was no longer possible. Abraham Lincoln was a lanky Illinois lawyer with a gift for memorable phrases and an even greater gift for political timing. He emerged as the Republican candidate for president in 1860. He was not an abolitionist. He believed slavery was morally wrong, but he doubted that the federal government had the constitutional authority to abolish it where it already existed. What he opposed, without equivocation, was its expansion into new territories. A house divided against itself cannot stand, he had declared in 1858. I believe this government cannot endure, permanently half slave and half free. Lincoln did not win by promising to end slavery. He won by promising to stop its spread. To Southern slaveholders, this amounted to the same thing. If slavery could not expand, it would eventually be surrounded by free states, slowly strangled and die. The election of 1860 was effectively 4 separate races. Lincoln ran as the Republican candidate. Stephen Douglas ran as the candidate of Northern Democrats who supported popular sovereignty. John Breckinridge ran as the candidate of Southern Democrats who demanded federal protection for slavery in the territories. And John Bell ran for the Constitutional Union Party, whose platform consisted essentially of pretending the slavery issue did not exist and hoping that everyone would calm down. Lincoln won with less than 40% of the popular vote. He carried every free state and not a single slave state. For Southerners, this was confirmation of what they had feared. They had permanently lost control of the federal government. A president had been elected without a single Southern electoral vote, on a platform explicitly hostile to their most vital interest. They concluded, not entirely without logic, that remaining in the Union meant accepting eventual abolition on Northern terms. South Carolina, which had been threatening secession for decades, and was, to put it gently, somewhat dramatic about the whole thing, seceded first, in December 1860, before Lincoln had even taken office. 6 more Deep South states followed over the next 2 months: Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. Together, they formed the Confederate States of America, wrote a constitution that explicitly protected slavery as a permanent institution, and elected Jefferson Davis as their president. Davis was a West Point graduate, former Secretary of War, and Mississippi senator. He looked distinguished. He gave impressive speeches. He would prove considerably less capable as a wartime leader than his resume suggested. The Confederacy established its capital first in Montgomery, Alabama, then moved it to Richmond, Virginia, putting it barely 100 miles from Washington, D.C., which would create some deeply uncomfortable military situations in the years ahead. Lincoln was inaugurated on March 4, 1861, into an impossible situation. 7 states had already left. Federal forts and arsenals throughout the South had been seized by state militias. The outgoing president, James Buchanan, had spent his final months wringing his hands, insisting that while secession was illegal, the federal government had no power to prevent it. This was not, by any standard, decisive leadership. Lincoln's inaugural address tried to thread an impossible needle, reaching out to Southerners while insisting that the Union was perpetual and that secession was legally void. "We are not enemies, but friends," he said. "We must not be enemies." His words did not find the audience he was hoping for. In the South, they were busy organizing an army. The spark came at Fort Sumter, a federal installation sitting in Charleston Harbor that had somehow not been seized during the general confusion of secession. Major Robert Anderson and his small garrison had moved there from the more vulnerable Fort Moultrie and were now surrounded by Confederate artillery, running low on supplies and waiting. Lincoln decided to resupply the fort with provisions only, no weapons, no reinforcements, forcing the Confederates to make a choice: allow federal authority to continue in their territory or fire the first shot. Jefferson Davis chose to fire. Confederate batteries opened on April 12, 1861. After 34 hours of bombardment, Anderson surrendered. Remarkably, no one had been killed during the shelling itself, though a soldier died during the surrender ceremony when a cannon misfired and exploded. One man, the first fatality of a war that would eventually kill over 600,000. The attack on Fort Sumter accomplished what Lincoln's election alone had not. It unified the North. Men who had urged patience, who had counseled compromise, who had opposed any talk of war, now rallied. Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion, expecting a short campaign to restore order. He got his volunteers and more, so many that the army could not equip them all. But his call for troops also pushed 4 more slave states toward the Confederacy. Virginia, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Tennessee all refused to send soldiers to fight against what they called their sister states, and joined the rebellion instead. The border states, Maryland, Kentucky, Missouri, and Delaware, remained in the Union, though not without internal conflict and deeply divided loyalties. Keeping them loyal was essential. Maryland's secession would have surrounded Washington with Confederate territory. Kentucky's departure would have handed the Confederacy control of the Ohio River. Lincoln reportedly said he hoped to have God on his side, but he had to have Kentucky. The first major battle came in July 1861 at Manassas Junction, Virginia, near a creek called Bull Run. Washingtonians actually brought picnic baskets to watch what they expected would be a quick Union victory. There is something both charming and melancholy about that image. A crowd on a hillside with food and field glasses, waiting for a tidily resolved afternoon. The battle started well enough for Union forces. Then Confederate reinforcements arrived by rail, one of the first times railroads played a decisive role in warfare. And a Virginia brigade under Thomas Jackson held a critical position with such ferocious stubbornness that an observer declared he was standing like a stone wall. The name stayed with him for the rest of the war. The Union Army broke and fled back toward Washington in chaos. Soldiers and civilians tangled together on the roads in panicked retreat. The Confederates, too disorganized to pursue effectively, let them go. Both sides went home understanding, for the first time, that this would not be a short war. What followed was 4 years of carnage on a scale Americans had never experienced and could barely comprehend. The technology of killing had advanced faster than the tactics of fighting. Rifled muskets could accurately hit targets at 300 yards or more, but generals still ordered massed infantry charges across open ground, because that was what they had learned at West Point, and because military theory had not caught up with military hardware. The results were predictable and devastating. At Antietam in September 1862, approximately 23,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing in a single day, the bloodiest day in American military history. At Gettysburg in July 1863, over 50,000 casualties in 3 days. At Cold Harbor in 1864, Ulysses Grant lost 7,000 men in less than an hour in a frontal assault he said he immediately regretted. The numbers were so staggering that newspapers stopped printing full casualty lists. There simply wasn't enough space. Medical care during the war was, to put it charitably, developing. Surgeons worked in conditions that would have alarmed a modern veterinarian, amputating limbs with saws that hadn't been cleaned since the last patient, on tables still sticky with the previous operation. Anesthesia existed, chloroform and ether were available, but antibiotics did not, and germ theory was still considered controversial in many medical circles. Infection was so common, it was treated as a normal part of healing, not a failure. Clara Barton, who would later found the American Red Cross, organized medical supplies and nursing care that the Army's official medical corps simply could not provide. Dorothea Dix served as superintendent of Army nurses, recruiting women into a role that military tradition had always reserved for men. She had strict standards. Nurses were required to be plain-looking and over 30, presumably to prevent romantic complications in the wards. The war created an entire generation of amputees and invalids, men who would spend the remainder of their lives managing wounds that later medicine could have treated in an afternoon. The war introduced Americans to industrial-scale death and the bureaucratic machinery required to produce it. Railroads moved troops and supplies faster than any previous conflict. Telegraphs allowed communication in near real time, so that generals and politicians could coordinate across vast distances. Factories mass-produced weapons, ammunition, and equipment. Photography documented the carnage with a kind of brutal honesty that no previous war had permitted. Matthew Brady's images of bloated corpses at Antietam were displayed in a New York gallery. They brought the reality of battle into American parlors for the first time. People who had never been near the war could now stand a few feet away from it. The war also introduced technologies that would define conflicts for generations to come. Ironclad warships made wooden navies obsolete almost overnight. Observation balloons provided reconnaissance from the air. Primitive submarines were attempted. Some soldiers even experimented with repeating rifles, though the Army could not supply ammunition fast enough to equip everyone. The Union's strategy was known as the Anaconda Plan: blockade the southern ports, control the Mississippi River, and strangle the Confederacy economically. The blockade was thin at first. The Confederacy had over 3,000 miles of coastline, and the Union did not have nearly enough ships to patrol all of it. But the net tightened steadily as the war progressed. Blockade runners, sleek, fast ships designed to slip through in darkness, carried cotton out and weapons in. But they could never move enough volume to sustain the Southern war effort. The Confederate response included commerce raiders like the CSS Alabama, built in British shipyards and crewed largely by British sailors, which spent 2 years capturing or sinking Union merchant ships across the Atlantic before being sunk off the coast of France. The most famous naval encounter of the war came in March 1862 at Hampton Roads, Virginia. The CSS Virginia, an ironclad built on the hull of the captured USS Merrimack, attacked the Union's wooden blockade fleet. Cannonballs bounced off her armored sides like pebbles. She sank 2 wooden warships and ran a third aground before withdrawing for the night, intending to return in the morning and finish the work. But overnight, the USS Monitor arrived. The Union's own ironclad looked like nothing that had ever sailed, a rotating gun turret sitting on a flat iron deck, so low in the water that sailors called it a cheese box on a raft. The 2 ironclads fought for hours the following day, and neither was able to significantly damage the other. Both withdrew, both claimed victory. Technically, it was a draw. Strategically, it preserved the Union blockade. But the deeper consequence was this. Every navy in the world watched and understood that the age of wooden warships was finished. The Union's advantages, on paper, were overwhelming. Twice the population of the Confederacy, even setting aside the enslaved people who were obviously not going to fight for their own enslavement. Most of the nation's industrial capacity, most of its railroads, most of its financial resources, control of the seas. The Confederacy had better generals, at least in the early years, and the advantage of fighting defensively on interior lines. It did not need to conquer the North. It only needed to make the war costly enough, long enough, that Northern will to fight eventually collapsed. This strategy nearly worked, more than once. Lincoln went through generals the way some people go through socks. Winfield Scott, the commanding general at the war's start, was 74 years old and too large to mount a horse, which limited his effectiveness in the field somewhat. George McClellan, who replaced him, was brilliant at organizing and training armies. The men adored him, but pathologically reluctant to use those armies in battle. He was perpetually convinced he was outnumbered, even when he had twice as many troops as his opponent. McClellan's Peninsula Campaign in 1862, intended to capture Richmond and end the war quickly, ended in ignominious retreat when Robert E. Lee took command of Confederate forces and began attacking. Burnside, who replaced McClellan, led the army to disaster at Fredericksburg, sending wave after wave of soldiers against entrenched positions on a hill that was, functionally, a killing ground. Hooker, who replaced Burnside, was outmaneuvered at Chancellorsville and lost despite holding twice Lee's numbers. Meade, who replaced Hooker, won at Gettysburg, a genuine and significant victory, but failed to pursue and destroy Lee's retreating army, prolonging the war by what most historians estimate was at least a year. Finally, in 1864, Lincoln found his general. Ulysses S. Grant had proven himself in the Western theater. He had captured Fort Henry and Fort Donelson. He had survived the brutal chaos of Shiloh. Most importantly, he had taken Vicksburg, which handed the Union control of the Mississippi River and split the Confederacy in two. Grant was not a military genius in the traditional sense. He did not execute brilliant flanking maneuvers or win through tactical brilliance alone. What he did was fight. He understood that the Union's decisive advantage lay in resources and manpower, and he was willing to use those advantages without flinching, accepting casualty numbers that would have paralyzed every one of his predecessors. "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer," he declared during the Overland Campaign. He meant it. The campaign cost 60,000 Union casualties in 6 weeks. Grant kept advancing. He pinned Lee's army in place and ground it down through pure attrition. Meanwhile, William Tecumseh Sherman, Grant's most trusted subordinate, was practicing a different kind of war in Georgia. After capturing Atlanta in September 1864, a victory that likely saved Lincoln's re-election, Sherman cut loose from his supply lines and marched to the sea. Across a 60-mile-wide swath of Georgia, his forces destroyed everything of military value. Railroads were torn up, the rails heated over fires and twisted around trees so they couldn't be relayed. Factories were burned. Crops were confiscated or destroyed. Livestock was slaughtered or driven off. Sherman's march to the sea was designed to shatter the Confederacy's will to fight by demonstrating, plainly, that its government could not protect its own people. It worked. It also created a bitterness that would persist for generations. Lincoln's role in the war extended far beyond military strategy. He had to hold together a fractious coalition of Republicans and war Democrats, manage a cabinet full of ambitious rivals, suppress Copperhead opposition in the North without entirely surrendering civil liberties, navigate tense and complicated relationships with Britain and France, both of which at various moments considered recognizing the Confederacy, and somehow articulate, day after day, why the growing casualty lists were worth it. His greatest achievement was transforming the war's stated purpose. What had begun as a fight to preserve the Union became, in part through Lincoln's deliberate effort and in part through the pressure of events, a fight to end slavery. He moved toward this gradually, and not without hesitation, pushed by circumstances as much as by conviction. The home front in the North was not untouched by the war, even if it looked nothing like the South's experience. Inflation eroded wages, while factory owners made fortunes from government contracts. The draft, instituted in 1863 when voluntary enlistments began to fall, was deeply unpopular, particularly the provision that allowed wealthy men to hire substitutes or simply pay $300 to avoid service entirely. Draft riots erupted in New York City in July 1863. Working-class mobs attacked draft offices, wealthy neighborhoods, and most savagely, black residents, whom they blamed for a war that was demanding their blood. Over 100 people died before federal troops, fresh from Gettysburg, arrived to restore order. It was the largest civil disturbance in American history, and a reminder that support for the war, even in the North, was neither universal nor unconditional. The war also forced a revolution in American finance. The Legal Tender Act of 1862 created paper currency backed by government credit rather than gold or silver, greenbacks. They were called, and they remained in circulation for decades. The National Banking Acts established a system of federally chartered banks and a uniform national currency, ending the chaotic patchwork of thousands of different state bank notes that had characterized American finance before the war. Income taxes, never before levied by the federal government, now provided revenue. War bonds sold to ordinary citizens spread investment in federal securities beyond the wealthy elite and created a national debt. The financial infrastructure of modern America was largely built to pay for the Civil War. The Emancipation Proclamation was issued in September 1862 and took effect on January 1, 1863. It declared that all enslaved people in states still in rebellion were forever free. It did not actually free anyone immediately. It applied only to territories the Union did not control, and explicitly exempted the border states and areas of the South already under Union occupation. Critics then and since have noted this limitation, observing that Lincoln freed the slaves where he had no power and kept them enslaved where he did. There is something worth sitting with in that observation. The gap between what a document declares and what it accomplishes is one of the recurring truths of American history. But the proclamation's significance ran deeper than its immediate legal effect. It made abolition an official war aim, ensuring that any peace settlement would have to include the end of slavery. It authorized the recruitment of black soldiers into the Union Army, eventually about 180,000 men, who proved their courage at Fort Wagner and the Crater and dozens of other engagements. And it ended any serious possibility of British or French recognition of the Confederacy, since no European power wished to be seen openly supporting slavery once the war's moral stakes had been made so explicit. The war's human cost is almost impossible to hold in the mind. Something like 620,000 soldiers died, approximately 2% of the total American population, an equivalent today of roughly 6 million deaths. Most of them did not die from battle wounds. They died from disease. Dysentery, typhoid, malaria, and pneumonia killed far more than rifles and cannon did, the inevitable consequence of crowding thousands of men together in camps with minimal sanitation and 19th century medicine. Those who survived battle and disease often came home missing limbs, their bones shattered by mini-A balls in ways that left surgeons no choice. The war created amputees by the tens of thousands, men who had to learn to farm or work or simply live with one arm, one leg, or none at all. It created widows and orphans in numbers that touched nearly every town. It created a nation in mourning, a collective grief that had no real precedent. The Confederacy's experience was worse still. The Union blockade strangled the Southern economy, cutting off imports and preventing the export of cotton that might have financed the war. Confederate inflation ran so rampant that the currency became nearly worthless. By the war's end, a pair of boots cost $200 in Richmond. Food shortages led to bread riots in Confederate cities, with desperate women looting stores while soldiers' families went hungry at home. Sherman's march, Sheridan's devastation of the Shenandoah Valley, these were not incidental. They were designed deliberately, strategically, to leave whole regions impoverished, and they did. And then there was the loss of enslaved labor, the economic foundation on which the entire Southern way of life had been built, now gone or going. There is a particular kind of quiet that settles over a battlefield when it is finally over. Not peace, exactly. More like exhaustion so complete it resembles peace from a distance. By 1865, the Confederacy had run out of everything. Food, money, men willing to keep dying for a cause that was plainly unraveling. Hundreds of thousands of black people had fled to Union lines or simply stopped working once it became clear that their bondage was ending. The South wasn't just losing a war. It was losing the entire foundation on which it had been built. Robert E. Lee surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse on April 9, 1865. Scattered Confederate forces would continue fighting for weeks afterward, but the war, as a war, was over. Grant's terms were generous, and deliberately so. Confederate soldiers could go home. They could keep their horses. They would face no prosecution for treason, provided they observed their paroles. Lee's dignity in defeat helped smooth the transition from conflict to whatever came next. Grant ordered Union troops to stop celebrating within earshot of the surrendered Confederates. "The war is over," Grant said. "The rebels are our countrymen again." Whether the country could actually heal from 4 years of slaughter remained to be seen. Lincoln didn't live to find out. 5 days after Appomattox, he was shot by John Wilkes Booth while watching a play at Ford's Theater in Washington. Booth was a famous actor and Confederate sympathizer. He had originally planned to kidnap Lincoln and exchange him for Confederate prisoners. When that plan became moot with the Confederacy's collapse, he settled for assassination, hoping somehow to reignite the Southern cause. Lincoln died the next morning, without regaining consciousness. His death elevated Andrew Johnson to the presidency, depriving the nation of Lincoln's leadership at precisely the moment it was most needed. The challenges of Reconstruction lay directly ahead, and the man best suited to navigate them was gone. The war had settled 2 questions that had haunted American politics since the founding. The first was whether secession was a constitutional right. It was not. The Union was perpetual, and states could not simply leave when they disagreed with federal policy. This question had been genuinely unsettled before the war. Many people had believed that states retained sovereignty and could withdraw their consent to the Constitution. The war answered that question in blood, establishing federal supremacy in a way that no legal argument could have managed. The second question was slavery. It was over. The 13th Amendment, ratified in December of 1865, abolished slavery throughout the United States, completing the work the Emancipation Proclamation had begun. 4 million people who had been property became, legally at least, free citizens. What freedom would mean in practice was very much an open question. The cost of these settlements was staggering. Beyond the 600,000 dead, the war had destroyed the Southern economy, left much of the region's infrastructure in ruins, and created hatreds that would persist for generations. Reconstruction, the effort to reintegrate the Southern states, protect the rights of freed people, and rebuild Southern society, would prove almost as contentious as the war itself. It would ultimately collapse in political compromise, leaving Black Southerners to face nearly a century of Jim Crow oppression. The war had freed the enslaved. It had not created equality. That struggle would continue long after the last soldier came home. Yet the war had also demonstrated something about the American experiment. The Republic had survived its greatest test. Democracy had proven capable of sustaining a total war against a determined enemy without collapsing into dictatorship or chaos. Lincoln had expanded executive power enormously during the conflict. He suspended habeas corpus. He authorized military tribunals. He spent money without congressional appropriation. But he had done all of this while maintaining civilian control of the military, holding elections on schedule, and preparing to yield power when his term ended. The election of 1864, held while the outcome of the war remained genuinely uncertain, saw Lincoln campaign against George McClellan, his former general, with the understanding that if McClellan won, he would pursue a negotiated peace that might preserve slavery. Lincoln won. The war continued, and the principle that even existential crises don't justify canceling democracy was quietly, firmly established. The nation that emerged from the Civil War was fundamentally different from the one that had entered it. Federal power, once contested and limited, was now established and expanding. A national currency replaced the chaos of state banknotes. A transcontinental railroad begun during the war would soon connect the coasts. The Republican Party, born just a decade earlier, would dominate national politics for the next 70 years. And slavery, the institution that had shaped American development since 1619, was gone. Though its legacy would continue to shape American life in ways that have not finished unfolding. The war generation carried its memories and its wounds for the rest of their lives. Veterans organizations like the Grand Army of the Republic became powerful political forces. Memorial Day became a national observance, originally to honor the war dead. Monuments and memorials sprouted across the country, north and south, commemorating the conflict in ways that often obscured as much as they revealed. The Lost Cause mythology took hold in the South. It portrayed the Confederacy as fighting for states' rights and Southern honor rather than slavery. It framed the war as a tragic conflict between brothers, equally noble on both sides, best forgotten in the interests of national reconciliation. This mythology would influence national memory for over a century. It also served white supremacy well, allowing the South to rejoin the Union on favorable terms while abandoning Black citizens to oppression. The war that had been fought to end slavery was quietly reinterpreted into something softer and more comfortable. That reinterpretation had consequences that lasted far longer than the war itself. The true legacy of the Civil War is still being contested, whether it was a war of liberation or a war of conquest, a noble struggle to perfect the founding ideals or a bloody catastrophe that could have been avoided. The answer probably depends on who you ask and what you believe those founding ideals actually meant. What is certain is that the war remade America, destroying one social order and creating the conditions for another. The country that entered the war was a loose collection of states with a limited federal government, an agrarian economy, and slavery at its core. The country that emerged was centralizing, industrializing, and at least theoretically committed to equality under law. Whether that commitment would be honored was another question entirely. From the ashes of war, a new America would rise, an industrial colossus that would transform not just its own society but the world. The same railroads that had moved troops would soon move goods across a continent. The same factories that had produced weapons would produce consumer goods. The same organizational capacity that had mobilized millions for war would build corporations of unprecedented scale. The Gilded Age was coming, with all its wonders and horrors, its innovations and its inequalities. The house divided had been reunited. What kind of house it would become remained to be determined by the generations that followed. And those generations came from everywhere. You are standing on a pier somewhere in New York Harbor, and the smell is salt and coal smoke and something underneath that might be the city itself, breathing. There are hundreds of people around you, and none of them speak your language. The water is gray. The sky is gray. But there, ahead of you, rising above the fog, something enormous, green, and holding a torch. Between 1880 and 1920, approximately 25 million immigrants arrived on American shores. A human tide that would fundamentally transform the nation's culture, politics, and identity. They came from Ireland and Germany, from Italy and Poland, from Russia and China, from every corner of a world increasingly connected by steamships and telegraph lines. They came seeking opportunity, fleeing persecution, escaping famine and war and grinding poverty. They came because America, for all its problems, seemed to offer something their homelands couldn't. A chance to start over, to become something new, to build a life that wasn't predetermined by the circumstances of birth. Whether America actually delivered on that promise is a more complicated question. But the promise itself was powerful enough to uproot millions from everything they had ever known. Immigration to America wasn't new, of course. The entire colonial population had been immigrants or their descendants, and waves of newcomers had continued arriving ever since. But the scale of late 19th century immigration was unprecedented, and so was its character. Earlier immigrants had come primarily from Northern and Western Europe. Britain, Germany, Scandinavia, Ireland. They had often settled on farms in the expanding frontier. The new immigrants came increasingly from Southern and Eastern Europe, Italy, Poland, Russia, Greece, the Balkans. And they crowded into cities, taking jobs in factories and mines, living in conditions that made earlier urban slums look almost spacious. They spoke languages that sounded utterly foreign to American ears. They practiced religions that seemed exotic or threatening. They brought customs that didn't fit neatly into Protestant Anglo-Saxon America. They were, in short, different. And that difference provoked reactions ranging from grudging acceptance to outright hostility. The Irish had been coming for decades, driven by the catastrophic potato famine of the 1840s that killed 1 million people, and convinced another million that anywhere was better than Ireland. They arrived with nothing but desperate determination, crowding into the poorest neighborhoods of Boston, New York, and Philadelphia. No Irish need apply signs greeted them at job sites, a rejection so common it became a bitter folk song. They were stereotyped as drunken, violent, and stupid. Their Catholicism was viewed with suspicion by a Protestant establishment that considered the Pope a foreign tyrant. They took the jobs nobody else wanted, digging canals, building railroads, working in mines. Dangerous, backbreaking labor that killed men at rates that would be considered industrial catastrophes today. Irish women worked as domestic servants in such numbers that Bridget became a generic term for Irish maids in American households. Condescending, certainly, but it at least acknowledged how thoroughly they were everywhere. The Irish responded to discrimination by organizing. They built political machines in cities like New York, Boston, and Chicago, turning their numbers into votes and their votes into power. Tammany Hall in New York, whatever its corruption, provided services that government wouldn't. Jobs for the unemployed, food for the hungry. help navigating a confusing legal system. Irish cops walked the beat in cities across America. Irish firefighters answered alarms. Irish laborers ran the unions that organized industrial workers. By the early 20th century, the Irish had become thoroughly American. Their grandchildren barely distinguishable from the established population, their story held up as proof that America really was a land of opportunity. Though their success came partly from being white, in a country where whiteness conferred enormous advantages, that distinction would matter increasingly as immigrants from more distant lands arrived. German immigrants came in even larger numbers than the Irish, though with considerably less drama. They settled across the Midwest, establishing farming communities that retained German language and customs for generations. Cities like Milwaukee, Cincinnati, and St. Louis developed distinctly German characters, complete with beer gardens, singing societies, and newspapers printed in German. German immigrants brought skilled trades, educational traditions, and a political culture that included significant socialist and labor activism. They also brought beer. The American brewing industry was essentially created by German immigrants, and names like Anheuser, Busch, Pabst, and Schlitz dominated the business for over a century. German Americans assimilated so successfully that by the early 20th century, German was the second most widely spoken language in the country, taught in schools and used in churches throughout the Midwest. This comfortable position would be shattered by World War I, when anti-German hysteria led to the renaming of sauerkraut as Liberty cabbage and the suppression of German language instruction. But that lay ahead, and the night is long, and there is more to tell before we arrive there. The new immigration that began in the 1880s brought people from places most Americans had barely heard of. Southern Italians fled a region so economically devastated that emigration seemed the only alternative to starvation. The Italian government, unable or unwilling to address the poverty of the Mezzogiorno, essentially encouraged its surplus population to leave, viewing emigration as a safety valve that prevented revolution. Italian men often came alone, intending to work for a few years and return home with savings. Americans had a word for this pattern: birds of passage. It alarmed those who wondered whether these temporary workers would ever truly assimilate. Many did return to Italy, but many more stayed, bringing their families to join them in the tenements of New York, Boston, and Chicago. They faced discrimination nearly as fierce as the Irish had experienced a generation earlier. Italians were stereotyped as criminals, their darker complexions marking them as not quite white in the racial hierarchy of the era. The lynching of 11 Italian immigrants in New Orleans in 1891, following their acquittal on murder charges, demonstrated how precarious their position could be. Eastern European Jews arrived fleeing persecution that made American discrimination seem almost welcoming by comparison. Pogroms in the Russian Empire, organized massacres that killed thousands and destroyed entire communities, drove waves of Jewish emigration beginning in the 1880s. Unlike many other immigrant groups, Jews came as families intending to stay permanently. They couldn't go back, even if they wanted to, because there was nothing to go back to but danger. They settled overwhelmingly in New York City, particularly the Lower East Side of Manhattan, which became the most densely populated neighborhood in the world. A single square mile held over 300,000 people, living in tenement apartments designed for far fewer, working in garment factories and workshops under conditions that would be illegal today, and were barely legal then. A typical Lower East Side tenement was a narrow building, perhaps 25 feet wide and 100 feet deep, built to occupy as much of a lot as possible while leaving minimal space for light and air. Apartments consisted of 3 or 4 small rooms, only one of which had windows facing outside. The rest opened onto air shafts too narrow to provide meaningful ventilation, but excellent at spreading fire and disease. Toilets were in the hallways or courtyards, shared by multiple families. Running water, if it existed at all, came from a single tap per floor. Heat came from coal stoves that filled apartments with smoke and created constant fire hazards. Entire families lived in single rooms, taking in boarders to help pay rent that consumed a third or more of their income. Privacy was essentially non-existent. Personal space was a luxury that poverty didn't permit. Think for a moment about what that actually meant, not as a statistic, but as a life. The smell of coal smoke and damp wool and too many people in too small a space. The sound of a dozen languages through walls so thin they barely qualified as walls. Children doing homework by whatever light reached them from the air shaft. A family of 5 or 6 or 7, all in one room, trying to rest. Reformers documented these conditions with photographs and statistics, hoping to shame the city into action. Jacob Riis, himself a Danish immigrant, published How the Other Half Lives in 1890, with photographs of tenement interiors that shocked middle-class readers who had never imagined such squalor existed in American cities. His work helped push through tenement reform laws requiring minimum standards for light, air, and sanitation. Landlords found ways around the regulations, and conditions improved only gradually over decades. The settlement house movement brought middle-class reformers directly into immigrant neighborhoods. Jane Addams established Hull House in Chicago. Lillian Wald founded the Henry Street Settlement in New York. These reformers provided education, social services, and advocacy. They were sometimes condescending, sometimes genuinely helpful, and always complicated in their relationship with the communities they served. The Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire of 1911 killed 146 workers, mostly young Jewish and Italian women who could not escape because the doors had been locked to prevent unauthorized breaks. It became a symbol of the exploitation immigrant workers faced and a catalyst for labor reform. Despite the hardships, Jewish immigrants built institutions that would serve their community for generations. They established newspapers in Yiddish, the language of Eastern European Jews, that informed, entertained, and argued about everything from labor politics to religious observance. They created mutual aid societies providing insurance, medical care, and burial services. They organized unions, particularly in the garment industry, where Jewish workers and Jewish factory owners squared off in conflicts that sometimes felt like family arguments conducted at considerable volume. They valued education with an intensity that puzzled other Americans, sacrificing to send children to school and celebrating academic achievement as the highest possible aspiration. Within a generation, the children of illiterate peasants were attending college in numbers that far exceeded their proportion of the population. Within 2 generations, Jewish Americans had achieved economic and professional success that made them, by many measures, the most successful immigrant group in American history. Though success never completely eliminated the anti-Semitism that lurked beneath the surface of American life. Immigrants from China had been coming to America since the Gold Rush, drawn first by mining and then by railroad construction. Chinese workers built much of the Central Pacific Railroad, doing the most dangerous work, handling explosives, tunneling through mountains, for lower pay than white workers would accept. They faced racism so virulent that Congress passed the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882, the first federal law to restrict immigration based on nationality. The law banned Chinese laborers from entering the country and prohibited Chinese immigrants already here from becoming citizens. It would remain in effect, with various modifications, until 1943. Chinese communities that had established themselves in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and other Western cities became isolated enclaves, unable to bring wives and families, unable to naturalize, subjected to periodic violence and constant discrimination. Chinatowns developed as both refuges and ghettos, places where Chinese Americans could maintain their culture and businesses while being excluded from the broader society. Religion played a central role in immigrant community life, providing not just spiritual sustenance but social organization and mutual support. Catholic immigrants, Irish, Italian, Polish, and others, built churches that became the centers of their neighborhoods, with parishes organized by ethnicity so that immigrants could worship in their own languages and maintain their distinct traditions. The American Catholic Church, once a tiny minority, became the largest single religious denomination in the country, its growth driven almost entirely by immigration. Tensions within the church between different ethnic groups were constant. Irish-dominated hierarchies clashed with Italian or Polish parishes over everything from the appointment of priests to the style of worship. Jewish immigrants created synagogues and religious schools, though many also drifted away from strict observance in the secular environment of America. Orthodox, conservative, and Reform Judaism all developed distinctive American forms, adapting Old World traditions to New World conditions in ways that sometimes horrified traditionalists, but ensured the survival of Jewish religious life across generations. Japanese immigrants came primarily to Hawaii and the West Coast, working in agriculture and fishing, establishing farms through backbreaking labor that transformed marginal land into productive fields. Their success provoked resentment rather than admiration. California passed laws prohibiting Japanese immigrants from owning land, forcing them to put property in the names of their American-born children or use other legal workarounds. The Gentlemen's Agreement of 1907 between the United States and Japan restricted new immigration without the explicit insult of an exclusion law, though the insult was implicit in the policy regardless. Japanese Americans, like Chinese Americans, were deemed permanently foreign, incapable of assimilation, a yellow peril threatening white American society. These attitudes would have catastrophic consequences during World War II, but that dark chapter lay decades in the future. Ellis Island opened in 1892, replacing the old Castle Garden Immigrant Processing Center that had become inadequate for the volume of arrivals. The new facility, located in New York Harbor within sight of the Statue of Liberty, could process up to 5,000 immigrants per day, though on peak days the numbers were considerably higher. For millions of newcomers, Ellis Island was their first experience of America. A confusing, overwhelming introduction that combined medical examinations, legal interviews, and bureaucratic processing into a few hours that would determine their fate. Doctors checked for diseases, mental deficiencies, and physical conditions that might make immigrants unable to work. Inspectors verified identities, asked about employment prospects, and assessed whether newcomers were likely to become public charges requiring government support. Most passed through in a few hours. Some were detained for further examination. A small percentage, perhaps 2%, were denied entry and sent back across the ocean, their American dreams ending before they properly began. The name changes at Ellis Island have become American folklore, though the reality was more complicated than the legend. Immigration officials didn't arbitrarily change names. They worked from ship manifests prepared at the port of departure, where names had been recorded by clerks who may or may not have spelled them correctly. If a name was changed, it was often because the immigrant chose to Americanize it, either at Ellis Island or afterward. Still, the process of immigration did involve transformation, a shedding of old identities and the acquisition of new ones. Immigrants who had been peasants in the old country became workers, shopkeepers, and eventually professionals in the new. Their children, born American, often distanced themselves from their parents' languages and customs, eager to fit into a society that demanded assimilation as the price of acceptance. The neighborhoods where immigrants settled became worlds unto themselves. New York's Lower East Side was predominantly Jewish, with Yiddish signs on every shop and pushcart vendors filling the streets. Little Italy occupied adjacent blocks, with Italian spoken in the tenements and Italian food sold from storefronts. Chicago's back-of-the-yards neighborhood, made infamous by Upton Sinclair's novel The Jungle, housed the workers who labored in the nearby meatpacking plants. Poles, Lithuanians, Czechs, and others from Eastern Europe. San Francisco's Chinatown, despite periodic attempts to relocate or destroy it, remained a center of Chinese-American life. These ethnic enclaves provided support networks for newcomers who spoke no English and understood nothing of American ways. They also drew criticism from reformers who worried that immigrants were failing to assimilate, creating foreign colonies within American cities that would never truly become American. The debate over immigration in this era sounds remarkably familiar. Restrictionists argued that the new immigrants were fundamentally different from earlier arrivals, too foreign to assimilate, too numerous to absorb without fundamentally changing American character. They pointed to crime statistics, disease outbreaks, and labor competition as evidence that immigration needed to be limited. They worried about what they called the dilution of American stock, using the language of eugenics that was considered respectable in that era, though it reads as something else entirely now. Scientists and social reformers solemnly declared that Southern and Eastern Europeans were racially inferior to Northern Europeans, that admitting more of them would drag down American civilization. These weren't fringe views. They were mainstream positions held by presidents, professors, and progressive reformers who considered themselves enlightened champions of improvement. Defenders of immigration argued that newcomers brought energy, skills, and cultural richness that strengthened America. They pointed to the contributions immigrants made to industry, to the arts, to science. They argued that the American experiment had always been about transformation, about taking people from everywhere and forging them into a new nationality. The melting pot metaphor, popularized by Israel Zangwill's 1908 play of that name, suggested that America was a crucible where old identities dissolved and something new emerged. The metaphor had its limitations. It implied that immigrants should abandon their distinctive cultures rather than retain them. But it captured something real about the American process of assimilation, the way that successive generations became more American even while America itself became something different through their presence. The reality fell somewhere between the extremes. Immigrants did assimilate, learning English, adopting American customs, eventually becoming indistinguishable from the established population. But they also retained elements of their heritage, modified for American conditions. Italian Americans kept their food traditions, adapting them to available ingredients and American tastes, until spaghetti and meatballs became as American as apple pie, despite being essentially unknown in Italy. Jewish Americans maintained religious traditions while adapting them to American circumstances, creating distinctively American forms of Judaism that would have puzzled their ancestors. German-American brewing techniques became the foundation of the American beer industry. Irish-American political methods became the standard operating procedure of urban politics nationwide. The melting pot melted, but not completely. What emerged was neither purely Old World nor purely Anglo-Saxon, but something new, something hybrid, something American. The immigrant experience was not monolithic. Some groups faced more discrimination than others. Some arrived with skills and education. Others came with nothing but their labor to sell. Some found their way into the middle class within a generation. Others remained trapped in poverty for far longer. Some were welcomed eventually into the category of white, which conferred social privilege. Others, particularly those from Asia, were permanently excluded from whiteness and the benefits it brought. The Irish and Italians, once considered racial others, eventually became white ethnics, their distinctiveness fading into a generalized European American identity. Chinese and Japanese Americans, regardless of how many generations their families had been in the country, remained marked as perpetual foreigners. The racial categories that structured American society were not fixed. They were constantly being renegotiated, with some groups gaining admission to whiteness, while others remained excluded. There is something quietly unsettling about that, the way belonging itself was rationed, and the criteria kept shifting in ways that always seemed to benefit the people who were already inside. Women's experiences of immigration differed from men's. Many immigrant women worked for wages, in factories, as domestic servants, doing piecework at home. They managed households under conditions of extreme poverty, stretching inadequate resources to feed and clothe their families. They maintained cultural traditions, teaching children the languages and customs their husbands were too busy working to transmit. Some women came as independent migrants, seeking opportunities unavailable in their home countries. Others came as wives and daughters, their migration decided by men. The garment industry, particularly in New York, employed hundreds of thousands of immigrant women in conditions ranging from merely difficult to genuinely dangerous. Women workers played crucial roles in the labor movement, organizing strikes and demanding better conditions despite widespread assumptions that women were temporary workers who would soon marry and leave the workforce. Children of immigrants occupied a liminal space between two worlds. They grew up speaking their parents' languages at home and English at school, navigating between cultures that often seemed incompatible. They served as interpreters for parents who never fully mastered English, taking on adult responsibilities while still young. They faced pressure to assimilate, to become American, to leave behind the old country ways that marked their families as foreign. Many succeeded brilliantly, using education as a ladder into the middle class and beyond. Others struggled with the contradictions, caught between parents who clung to tradition and a society that demanded conformity to American norms. The second generation built the institutions that would sustain ethnic communities for decades. Churches and synagogues, fraternal organizations, ethnic newspapers, cultural societies, all of this while simultaneously integrating into the broader American mainstream. The labor movement and immigration were intertwined in complicated ways. Immigrants provided the workers who filled industrial jobs, but they also provided the organizers who built unions. Samuel Gompers, founder and longtime president of the American Federation of Labor, was himself an immigrant, born in London to Dutch Jewish parents. Yet Gompers and the AFL often supported immigration restriction, viewing cheap immigrant labor as a threat to American workers' wages and organizing efforts. The industrial workers of the world took a different approach, organizing all workers regardless of nationality, skill level, or background. The IWW's vision of one big union appealed to immigrant workers who found themselves excluded from craft unions that restricted membership to skilled trades dominated by native-born Americans. The tension between immigrant workers and nativist unions would continue for decades, resolved only gradually as the children and grandchildren of immigrants became the majority. And somewhere in all of this, in the coal dust and the tenement smoke and the Yiddish newspapers and the beer gardens and the locked factory doors, something was being made. Something that had never quite existed before. Not a country of one people, but a country of many, arguing constantly about what that meant, never quite settling the question, and moving forward anyway. Navy and the American public, who remembered Pearl Harbor more vividly than the relatively distant threat of Nazi Germany. The Mediterranean strategy that Churchill championed led American forces into North Africa in November 1942. General Dwight Eisenhower commanded the operation, and it did not begin smoothly. American troops encountered veteran German forces at the Kasserine Pass in Tunisia in February 1943 and were badly mauled, a painful lesson in the difference between training and combat. They learned quickly. By May 1943, the Axis forces in North Africa had surrendered, with over 250,000 prisoners taken. The invasion of Sicily followed in July 1943, and then Italy itself in September, a campaign that Churchill had promised would strike at the soft underbelly of Europe, and which proved to be nothing of the sort. The Italian campaign ground on for nearly 2 years through mountains perfectly suited to defense, against German forces who had no intention of making things easy. The liberation of Rome on June 4, 1944, was quickly overshadowed by events 2 days later. June 6, 1944, the largest amphibious operation in history. On a cold gray morning, you are standing at the back of a flat-bottomed boat, the English Channel churning around you. The smell of diesel and seawater and fear. The ramp goes down and the men ahead of you step forward, and some of them simply disappear beneath the surface. The water is shockingly cold. The beach is very far away, and the air above it is full of things moving very fast in both directions. That was Normandy. Operation Overlord. 156,000 Allied troops crossed the Channel and landed on 5 beaches along the Normandy coast of France. The planning had taken years. The deception operation, code-named Fortitude, had convinced the Germans that the real invasion would come at Pas-de-Calais, keeping German panzer reserves out of position for crucial hours. Eisenhower commanded the overall operation. The Americans landed at Utah and Omaha beaches, the British at Gold and Sword, the Canadians at Juneau. Utah went relatively smoothly. Omaha did not. American troops landed in the wrong sectors, their supporting tanks sank before reaching shore, and they faced one of the best prepared German defensive positions on the entire coastline. In the first hours, the assault nearly failed. Men died before they reached the waterline. Men died at the waterline. Men died trying to cross a few dozen yards of open beach. By the end of the day, the Americans had taken Omaha, but at a cost that was difficult to absorb. Roughly 2,000 casualties on that beach alone in a single morning. The breakout from Normandy took weeks of grinding combat through the hedgerow country of France, terrain that suited the defenders and complicated every armored advance. General George Patton's Third Army, unleashed after the breakout at Saint-Lô in late July 1944, swept across France with a speed that surprised everyone, including the Germans. Paris was liberated on August 25, 1944, the city largely intact because a German commander named Dietrich von Choltitz chose not to carry out Hitler's orders to destroy it. That particular act of disobedience saved more than stone and mortar. Germany launched its last major offensive in the West in December 1944, pushing through the Ardennes forest in what became known as the Battle of the Bulge. The surprise attack created a dangerous salient in Allied lines and cut off American units, including the 101st Airborne Division at Bostonia. When German commanders demanded the surrender of Bostonia, the American commander, General Anthony McAuliffe, replied with a single word: nuts. The Germans, apparently uncertain whether this was a formal military term, needed it translated. Allied forces relieved Bostonia and pushed the Germans back, and by early 1945, the advance into Germany itself had begun. The war in the Pacific had followed a different logic and a different rhythm. After Pearl Harbor, Japan moved swiftly to consolidate control of a vast arc of territory stretching from Burma to the Central Pacific. The fall of the Philippines in the spring of 1942, with the surrender of over 70,000 American and Filipino troops at Bitan and Corregidor, was the largest surrender of American forces in history. The subsequent Bitan Death March, in which thousands of prisoners died from exhaustion, violence, and disease during a forced march to prison camps, was a war crime that Americans would not forget. The turning point in the Pacific came at the Battle of Midway in June 1942, one of the most consequential naval engagements in history. Japanese Admiral Yamamoto brought a massive fleet to capture the American base at Midway Atoll, aiming to draw out and destroy the remaining American carriers. American codebreakers had deciphered enough of the Japanese plan to allow Admiral Chester Nimitz to set a trap. In a battle decided largely by timing and chance, American dive bombers caught 4 Japanese carriers with their aircraft on deck being refueled and rearmed, and sank all 4 within minutes of each other. Japan lost the core of the carrier fleet that had struck Pearl Harbor, and the initiative in the Pacific shifted to the Americans. The strategy that followed combined island hopping across the central Pacific, under Nimitz, with a campaign up through the Solomon Islands and New Guinea under General Douglas MacArthur, who had escaped the Philippines on Roosevelt's orders with the famous promise that he would return. Each island taken brought American forces closer to Japan and within range of Japanese home islands. Each island taken also revealed the ferocity of Japanese resistance. At Guadalcanal, at Tarawa, at Saipan, at Iwo Jima, at Okinawa, Japanese forces fought to the last man with a dedication that had no equivalent in the European theater. Iwo Jima, a volcanic island 8 square miles in extent, was defended by over 20,000 Japanese troops dug into an elaborate system of tunnels and fortified positions. The Marines who landed there in February 1945 faced some of the most intense combat of the entire war. The battle lasted 36 days. Nearly 7,000 Marines died taking it. The photograph of Marines raising the flag on Mount Suribachi became one of the most famous images in American history, a symbol of sacrifice and determination that obscured the cost of the battle it depicted. Okinawa was worse. The largest amphibious assault in the Pacific, involving over 180,000 Allied troops, it lasted 82 days and cost over 12,000 American lives, along with more than 100,000 Japanese military dead, and somewhere between 40,000 and 150,000 Okinawan civilians, caught between 2 armies in their home islands. The kamikaze attacks at Okinawa, in which Japanese pilots deliberately flew their aircraft into American ships, sank 34 vessels and damaged nearly 400 others, killing over 4,900 American sailors. The ferocity of the fighting at Okinawa shaped American thinking about what an invasion of the Japanese home islands would cost. Military planners estimated that an invasion of Kyushu, planned for November 1945, might cost between 250,000 and 1 million American casualties, along with millions of Japanese dead. These estimates influenced the decision to use the atomic bomb, though historians continue to debate whether the bombs were necessary, whether other options were available, and what moral weight attaches to the deliberate targeting of civilian populations. The bombs were dropped. Hiroshima on August 6, 1945, killing an estimated 70,000 to 80,000 people immediately, with the total death toll reaching perhaps 140,000 by the end of the year. Nagasaki on August 9th, killing perhaps 40,000 immediately and 80,000 total. Japan announced its intention to surrender on August 15th. The formal surrender was signed aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay on September 2nd, 1945. World War II was over. The war had cost the United States roughly 405,000 dead, a figure that seems enormous until you consider that the Soviet Union lost somewhere between 20 and 27 million people. China lost perhaps 15 to 20 million, and the Nazi genocide killed 6 million Jews along with millions of others deemed undesirable. America emerged from the war physically unscathed on its own territory, its industrial capacity intact and actually expanded, its military the most powerful on Earth, and holding a monopoly on the most destructive weapon ever created. The position of global dominance that the United States occupied in 1945 was without historical precedent. What it would do with that power would define the second half of the 20th century. End of source material. Output only the finished script. No preamble. Do not explain what you did. There is something particular about the way the Second World War came home to Americans in the winter of 1942. Not through newspapers alone or radio broadcasts, but through the slow accumulation of absences. An empty chair at Sunday dinner, a name on a casualty list, the particular weight of a telegram that no one in the house wanted to open. But the war, for America, had not begun in Europe. The decision to fight Germany first was never entirely popular with a public that wanted, above all else, to settle the account with Japan. The anger after Pearl Harbor was specific and personal in a way that European anxieties were not. And yet the Germany first strategy held. It reflected something colder and more careful than emotion. It reflected sound strategic thinking. And so American forces found themselves in North Africa. The North African campaign ran from 1942 to 1943, and it gave American troops their first serious encounter with German soldiers. The learning curve was steep, genuinely, painfully steep. At Kasserine Pass in February of 1943, inexperienced American units met German forces in the hills of Tunisia, and they were badly mauled. Thousands of casualties, enormous quantities of equipment lost or abandoned in the retreat. It was a humiliation, by any measure. It was also an education. American commanders studied what had gone wrong. They changed their tactics. They changed themselves, in some cases. And eventually, after months of grinding desert warfare, Allied forces drove the Axis out of North Africa entirely. The lesson of Kasserine Pass was not that American soldiers couldn't fight. It was that fighting had to be learned, and the price of the lesson was paid in full before it was absorbed. The invasion of Sicily followed in July 1943. Mainland Italy came in September of the same year. And then the Italian campaign settled into something that no one had quite planned for. A slow, grinding advance up a mountainous peninsula against defenders who knew every ridge and every river crossing. The campaign would continue until the very end of the war, tying down German forces that might otherwise have reinforced elsewhere, but never delivering the decisive breakthrough that commanders had hoped for. Italy was endurance, not triumph. The next step was the one that everyone knew was coming, even if no one could say so aloud. You are cold. It is the earliest hours of June 6, 1944, and the English Channel is dark and enormous beneath you. The sea is rough. The men around you smell of salt water and something harder to name. The coast of France is still invisible. You can hear the engines. You can hear almost nothing else. Then the shore appears out of the gray, and you understand that the rehearsals are finished. The invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944, was the largest amphibious operation in the history of warfare. More than 150,000 Allied troops landed on 5 beaches along the French coast in a single day, supported by thousands of ships and aircraft. The operation had been planned for months. It had been rehearsed repeatedly. It had been protected by an elaborate deception campaign that convinced the German High Command the real invasion would come at Calais, not Normandy. And still, the outcome was uncertain. At Omaha Beach, American forces climbed out of their landing craft into withering fire. The beach offered no cover. The cliffs above were fortified. The men who made it to the water's edge had to move forward into something that looked, by every reasonable assessment, unsurvivable. Only desperate courage, and the slow, costly accumulation of men pushing up and through and over, allowed a beachhead to be established at all. There are photographs from Omaha Beach that have the quality of terrible dreams. The men in them look very small against the scale of what surrounds them. By the end of that day, they had held. The breakout from Normandy came in the weeks that followed, and it was swift. France fell, then Belgium. The liberation was real, and the joy of the liberated populations was genuine, and there was a brief, intoxicating period in the late summer and autumn of 1944 when people began to whisper that the war might be over by Christmas. It was not over by Christmas. In December of 1944, German forces launched a counteroffensive through the Ardennes forest in Belgium, striking at a point where American lines were thinly held. The Battle of the Bulge caught American forces by surprise and drove a dangerous salient deep into Allied territory. It was the largest and bloodiest engagement American forces fought in the entire European theater. More than 80,000 American casualties. But the Germans could not sustain what they had begun. They had thrown their last reserves into the offensive, and when it failed, there was nothing left to throw. The final push into Germany came in the early months of 1945, with American, British, and Soviet forces converging on Berlin from the west and the east simultaneously. Adolf Hitler died by his own hand in his underground bunker on April 30th, 1945. Germany surrendered unconditionally on May 8th. In Europe, it was over. The Pacific War had followed an entirely different path. After Pearl Harbor, Japan moved through Southeast Asia and the Western Pacific with a speed that was, to Western eyes, almost incomprehensible. Hong Kong fell. Singapore fell. The Philippines fell. The Dutch East Indies fell. Numerous Pacific islands were swept up in the advance with what seemed like effortless momentum. American forces in the Philippines, under General Douglas MacArthur, held out for months. But in May of 1942, they surrendered, the largest surrender in American military history. The soldiers who laid down their arms did not then simply become prisoners in the conventional sense. They were forced onto what became known as the Bataan Death March, a brutal forced march through heat and jungle during which thousands died of starvation, disease, and deliberate murder. MacArthur himself had already been ordered out by submarine to Australia, where he made a vow that the newsreels played and replayed. I shall return. He would keep that promise 2.5 years later. The war in the Pacific shifted at Midway, in June of 1942. American code breakers had cracked Japanese communications and knew that a Japanese fleet was moving toward the island. What followed was an ambush. In a battle that in its decisive moments lasted only minutes, American dive bombers found the Japanese carriers with their flight decks crowded with armed and fueled aircraft. 4 Japanese aircraft carriers were sunk. The same 4 carriers, it was noted with particular satisfaction, that had launched the attack on Pearl Harbor 6 months before. Japan would never recover from that loss. The naval balance in the Pacific shifted decisively toward America, and the long process of island hopping began. The phrase makes it sound almost gentle. It was not gentle. Each island had to be taken by assault against Japanese defenders who almost never surrendered, who had been told and seemed genuinely to believe that surrender was not an option. Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan, Iwo Jima, Okinawa. The names accumulated over years of fighting, each one synonymous with a particular kind of brutal, close-quarters combat in heat and mud and dense jungle or volcanic rock. On islands like Saipan and Okinawa, Japanese civilians killed themselves rather than fall into American hands, convinced by their government's propaganda that capture meant torture and death. It is difficult to hold that image without feeling the weight of it, the scale of what propaganda can do to the human mind, and what it cost, in the end, on both sides. Kamikaze attacks became increasingly common as the war progressed. Japanese pilots who deliberately flew their aircraft into American ships. To American commanders, the tactic was both terrifying and genuinely incomprehensible. Not the courage, exactly, but the willingness to die as a deliberate method, as a strategy, as something planned and chosen. In August of 1945, 2 atomic bombs ended the war. The first fell on Hiroshima, the second on Nagasaki. A single bomb destroyed each city, killing tens of thousands in the first instant, and many more in the weeks and years that followed as radiation worked through surviving bodies. The decision to use the bombs remains genuinely controversial. Some argue that Japan was already effectively defeated and the bombs were unnecessary. Others argue that an invasion of the Japanese home islands would have cost millions of lives on both sides, and that the bombs made that invasion unnecessary. What is certain is that something changed with those two explosions, something in the relationship between humanity and the future. The world had acquired the capacity to destroy itself entirely, and that capacity would not go away. Japan surrendered on August 15, 1945. The formal ceremony took place on the deck of the USS Missouri, anchored in Tokyo Bay, on September 2nd. The Second World War cost approximately 70 million lives worldwide. More than 400,000 of them were Americans. It destroyed cities and nations and empires. It produced the Holocaust, the systematic murder of 6 million Jews and millions of others whom the Nazi regime had designated as undesirable, as expendable, as less than human. It ended with atomic weapons and the beginning of the Cold War. And it transformed the United States from a nation that had always preferred to keep the world at arm's length into a superpower with global responsibilities it could no longer refuse. The post-war order that took shape was, in large measure, an American creation. The United Nations, with its headquarters in New York, was designed to succeed where the League of Nations had failed, and the crucial difference this time was that America was in it. The Bretton Woods system established the dollar as the world's reserve currency and gave birth to the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, institutions that would shape global economics for decades. The Marshall Plan sent billions of American dollars into the reconstruction of Western Europe, driven not only by humanitarian feeling, but by a calculated judgment that prosperous democracies made better partners than impoverished nations teetering toward communist revolution. American troops did not come home from Europe and Asia after 1945. That was a break with everything that had come before. Every previous American war had ended with the soldiers returning, the army shrinking, the nation turning inward. Not this time. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, formed in 1949, committed the United States to the defense of Western Europe against Soviet aggression. Precisely the kind of permanent entangling alliance that George Washington had counseled against in his farewell address. Similar commitments followed in Asia. Isolationism, as a serious position, was finished. The country that had twice tried to remain outside European conflicts now maintained military bases around the globe and treaty obligations that guaranteed American involvement in any future war anywhere. Washington had warned against this. Jefferson had warned against this. The warnings had made sense for a young republic finding its feet on a continent it was still settling. They did not survive contact with what the world had become. The America that stood at the end of 1945 was, by most measures, the most powerful nation in human history. Its economy produced roughly half of the world's manufactured goods. Its military had proven itself across 2 continents and 3 oceans. Its scientists had split the atom. Its movies and music and products were spreading through a world that was hungry for something other than rubble and grief. This power carried responsibilities and dangers that the country was only beginning to reckon with. The century ahead would test whether that power could be wielded with wisdom, whether the ideals written at the founding could finally be extended to all of the country's citizens, and whether the order that America had helped construct could survive the pressures already building against it. The war was over. The American century was beginning. And now, a quieter kind of history. Not battles and surrenders, but the longer and in some ways stranger story of how a country earns its living, and what happens when that goes wrong. The American economy has always had a particular quality about it. A lurching between periods of explosive growth and catastrophic collapse that has repeated itself with enough regularity to suggest either fundamental instability or remarkable resilience, depending entirely on your disposition when you're looking at it. Every generation of Americans has experienced at least one economic crisis severe enough to reshape politics, transform society, and convince people that this time, surely, the system was finally breaking apart for good. And every time, somehow, the system has survived, adapted, eventually recovered, and then, with an almost admirable consistency, set itself up for the next disaster. You might think, given the pattern, that someone would have found a way to prevent it by now. But economics, for all its pretensions to scientific precision, remains more art than science when it comes to predicting and preventing crises. And the art in question often resembles abstract expressionism, confusing to observers and not entirely under the artist's control. The late 19th century was a period of spectacular growth interrupted by spectacular crashes. The Panic of 1873 triggered a depression that lasted 6 years, with unemployment reaching levels that would not be seen again until the 1930s. Railroads, which had expanded recklessly on borrowed money, failed by the hundreds. Banks collapsed. Factories closed. Workers who had left farms for industrial jobs found themselves with neither farms nor jobs, which is a very particular kind of displacement, the kind that leaves no way back and no clear way forward. The economy recovered, boomed through the 1880s, then crashed again in the Panic of 1893, which was worse. The immediate cause of the 1893 panic was the failure of the Philadelphia and Reading Railroad, which had overextended itself in the speculative frenzy of the era. But the underlying problems ran considerably deeper. The country was in the middle of a bitter debate over monetary policy, whether to maintain the gold standard or allow silver coinage that would inflate the currency and ease the burden on debtors. Banks were failing at alarming rates. Unemployment in some cities reached 20% or more. Jacob Coxey led an army of unemployed workers from Ohio to Washington, demanding government action. He arrived with about 500 followers and was arrested for walking on the grass of the Capitol grounds. That was technically the charge. Everyone understood that the real offense was being poor and visible in a place where power lived. The Depression of the 1890s exposed something that the prosperity of previous years had allowed people to ignore. The federal government had no central bank, no unemployment insurance, no social safety net of any kind. When banks failed, depositors lost everything. When workers lost their jobs, they had nothing to fall back on except charity or family or starvation. President Grover Cleveland believed the government's proper role was to maintain sound money and balanced budgets, not to provide relief for the unemployed. This was entirely orthodox thinking at the time, and entirely useless to people who could not feed their families. The economy recovered, as economies eventually do. But the recovery came from market forces, not government action, and the suffering along the way was immense. The early 20th century brought the progressive era's attempt to reform capitalism without replacing it. Theodore Roosevelt pursued the trusts, the great monopolies that had grown powerful enough to fix prices and destroy competition at will. The Pure Food and Drug Act and the Meat Inspection Act, both products of this period, responded to genuine public outrage over contaminated food and dangerous patent medicines, and established the principle that government had a legitimate role in protecting consumers. The Federal Reserve System, created in 1913, was designed to prevent the banking panics that had plagued the country for decades, by providing a lender of last resort and managing the money supply. These reforms were significant. By the standards of what came later, they were also modest. The 1920s roared, or at least the parts of America that were doing well made enough noise to drown out the parts that weren't. Industrial production climbed steadily. Consumer goods proliferated. The stock market rose to heights that seemed, to those who were watching it, almost magical. Henry Ford's assembly line had made the automobile affordable for ordinary families, and the automobile remade American life in ways that are still unfolding. Enabling suburbs, creating demand for roads and petrol stations, spawning entire industries from motels to drive-in restaurants. Electricity spread through urban America, bringing refrigerators and radios and 100 appliances that promised to liberate housewives from drudgery. Whether they did is a separate question. The laundry still needed doing. Credit became widely available. You could buy now and pay later, which worked wonderfully as long as income kept flowing. The prosperity of the 1920s was built on foundations that were shakier than they appeared. Agriculture never recovered from the collapse in commodity prices that followed the First World War, leaving farmers carrying debt while cities celebrated. Income inequality reached levels not seen before or since until recent decades, with the wealthy taking an ever larger share of national income while wages for ordinary workers stagnated. The financial system was lightly regulated and heavily speculative. Banks were doing things that would later be prohibited. The international economy was still fragile, burdened by debts and reparations from the war that created constant, unresolved pressure. And then there was the stock market. The boom of the late 1920s pulled in millions of Americans who had never owned stocks before, buying on margin, putting down only a fraction of a stock's price and borrowing the rest, allowed speculators to leverage small amounts into large positions. As long as prices kept rising, everyone made money. Shoeshine boys offered stock tips. Housewives pulled their savings to play the market. The prices bore increasingly little relationship to the actual earnings of the companies whose shares were being traded. But that didn't seem to matter. Everyone knew prices only went up. Which was true, right until the moment it wasn't. The crash came in October of 1929. Though crash suggests a single dramatic moment, and the reality was something more drawn out and terrible than that. Black Thursday, October 24th, saw massive selling that was temporarily slowed by intervention from major banks. Black Monday and Black Tuesday, October 28th and 29th, erased billions in paper wealth as prices collapsed. By mid-November, the market had lost roughly 40% of its value. Speculators who had bought on margin found themselves wiped out, owing more than their stocks were worth. Banks that had lent money for stock purchases faced defaults. The contagion spread from Wall Street to Main Street with a speed that left almost no one untouched. What followed was not a recession, it was a collapse. By 1933, industrial production had fallen by nearly half from its 1929 peak. Unemployment reached 25%, and that figure understates the real misery, because it does not count the people who had simply given up looking for work, or who were working reduced hours at reduced pay. Banks failed by the thousands. With no deposit insurance, their customers lost everything. Farmers who had borrowed to expand during the good years found themselves unable to make their payments. Their land was foreclosed. Their families were homeless. They congregated in shantytowns that people sarcastically called Hoovervilles after the president they held responsible. Herbert Hoover was not the heartless villain that popular memory sometimes made him, but he was catastrophically wrong about what the crisis required. He believed that government intervention would make things worse. He believed the economy would recover naturally if left alone. He believed that relief for the unemployed would destroy their character and create dependency. He did take some actions, more than any previous president had during an economic downturn, but they were too little, too late, and too constrained by his convictions to make a real difference. When veterans of the First World War marched on Washington in 1932, demanding early payment of bonuses that had been promised to them, Hoover sent the army to disperse them. Tear gas and bayonets, against men who had served. The images became symbols of something that went beyond policy disagreement. The human cost of the Depression resists easy summary. Families lost homes they had spent years paying for. Children went hungry while crops rotted in fields because prices were too low to make harvesting worthwhile. Men who had worked their entire lives stood in bread lines, their sense of themselves dismantled by forces they had not caused and could not control. Suicide rates climbed. Birth rates fell, as couples who could not afford children could not imagine bringing them into such a world either. A generation of young people came of age with nowhere to go and nothing waiting for them. The psychological damage was perhaps as significant as the material deprivation. Americans had believed in progress, genuinely believed it, in the idea that each generation would live better than the one before. The Depression broke that faith. People who had done everything right, worked hard, saved carefully, followed the rules, found themselves ruined through no fault of their own. The old certainties no longer held. Something had gone wrong with the system, and people began to ask, quietly at first and then less quietly, whether the system itself needed to change. Franklin Delano Roosevelt won the 1932 election in a landslide. He promised a New Deal for the American people without being terribly specific about what that deal would involve. The specifics emerged in a whirlwind of legislation during his first 100 days in office, a period of activity that would become the standard against which all future presidential transitions would be measured. Roosevelt's approach was experimental, pragmatic, and sometimes contradictory. He was willing to try almost anything and willing to abandon what didn't work. Take a method and try it, he said. If it fails, admit it frankly and try another. But above all, try something. This was not a coherent economic philosophy, but it was a dramatic contrast to what had come before. The first priority was the banking system, which had essentially collapsed by Inauguration Day. Banks were closed in most states. Depositors could not get to their money. Roosevelt declared a national bank holiday, closing all banks while examiners determined which ones were sound enough to reopen. His first fireside chat, broadcast by radio to a nation desperate for something reassuring, explained what was happening in language ordinary people could actually follow. When the banks reopened, deposits exceeded withdrawals. People trusted Roosevelt enough to put their money back in. The psychological impact of that single fact is difficult to overstate. Someone was finally doing something, and that someone seemed to know what they were doing, even if the reality underneath was considerably more improvised than it appeared. The alphabet soup of New Deal agencies addressed different pieces of the crisis. The Civilian Conservation Corps put young, unemployed men to work on conservation projects, planting trees, building parks, while getting them off city streets and sending wages home to their families. The Works Progress Administration employed millions on public works projects ranging from roads and bridges to art and theater. The National Recovery Administration attempted to stabilize prices and wages through industry codes, though the Supreme Court would eventually strike it down as an unconstitutional overreach. The Agricultural Adjustment Administration paid farmers to reduce production, raising prices by creating scarcity. A policy that made a certain economic sense while people were going hungry, which gives some measure of how strange the Depression's internal logic could be. Social Security, enacted in 1935, was perhaps the most enduring thing the New Deal produced. For the first time, the federal government accepted responsibility for providing a minimal income to the elderly, the disabled, and dependent children. The program was designed to be self-financing through payroll taxes, which made it politically durable. People felt they had earned their benefits, not received charity. Critics on the left argued it didn't go far enough, noting that it excluded agricultural and domestic workers in a way that conveniently left out most Black Americans. Critics on the right called it socialism. Both sides had points. Social Security survived and expanded regardless, and became the foundation of the American welfare state, such as it is. The New Deal did not, by itself, end the Depression. Unemployment stayed in double digits throughout the 1930s, falling when government spending increased, and rising again when Roosevelt, spooked by the size of the deficit, pulled back in 1937. What finally ended the Depression was the Second World War, which provided the massive government spending that Keynesian economists had been advocating and political constraints had prevented. The war proved that the government could spend its way out of depression, creating jobs and demand through deficit financing. Whether that lesson would ever be applied in peacetime remained an open question. The post-war economic boom was unlike anything America or the world had seen before. Pent-up demand from years of depression and wartime rationing, combined with savings accumulated during the war years, produced a consumer spending explosion that seems almost giddy in retrospect. The GI Bill sent millions of veterans to college and helped them buy homes, creating an educated workforce and a property-owning middle class on a scale that had previously been unimaginable. Suburbia expanded. The baby boom produced a generation of children who would reshape American society simply by their numbers. Levittown on Long Island became the model for what the new suburb could be. Mass-produced houses built with assembly line efficiency, affordable for returning veterans with GI Bill mortgages. Critics found the conformity disheartening. The identical houses, the identical rows, the cultural flatness of shopping centers and car culture. But for families who had grown up in cramped urban apartments or rural poverty, a house with a yard for the children was something close to a miracle. The suburban dream, for all its limitations, was real for the millions who managed to reach it. The automobile became central to American life in ways that were less about transportation than about geography itself. Interstate highways, authorized by Congress in 1956, ostensibly for national defense, enabled the growth of suburbs and exurbs at distances from city centers that would have been unthinkable a generation before. Shopping malls replaced downtown retail districts. Drive-in theaters, drive-in restaurants, drive-through everything became fixtures of the landscape. The country rebuilt itself around the assumption that everyone had a car. That assumption worked well for those who did, and considerably less well for those who didn't. Television entered American homes in the 1950s. Families gathered around the set each evening, watching the same programs, absorbing the same advertisements for the same consumer goods. The advertising-driven model that radio had developed transferred to the new medium and became an engine of consumer demand unlike anything that had existed before. Products that had barely existed a decade earlier: televisions, automatic washing machines, air conditioners, became things that every respectable household was expected to own. The economic model that emerged from this period went by various names: Keynesian consensus, embedded liberalism, the mixed economy, but its features were consistent across administrations of both parties. Government would manage aggregate demand through fiscal and monetary policy, smoothing the business cycle. A social safety net would cushion the worst risks of unemployment, illness, and old age. Unions would bargain collectively with employers, ensuring that workers shared in productivity gains. Regulation would check the worst excesses of capitalism without eliminating its energy. This model produced 3 decades of broadly shared prosperity. Economic growth lifted wages across the income distribution. American workers were the most productive on the planet. American factories were the most advanced. American companies the most innovative. General Motors alone employed more people than the entire industrial sector of many countries, and its dominance seemed permanent. The middle class expanded to include not just professionals and small businessmen, but factory workers, who could now afford homes and cars and vacations and university educations for their children. This was the economy that politicians would later invoke with nostalgia, conveniently forgetting that it depended on conditions: American industrial dominance, strong unions, high taxes on the wealthy, extensive regulation, that those same politicians often spent considerable energy working to dismantle. The prosperity was not equally shared. African Americans, even in the North, faced discrimination in hiring, in housing, in access to credit that systematically excluded them from the economic boom. Women were expected to leave the workforce upon marriage, their economic contributions undervalued and underpaid. Rural areas, particularly in Appalachia and the Deep South, remained pockets of poverty largely untouched by the general affluence. The economist John Kenneth Galbraith called the era the affluent society, and the name was accurate enough, so long as you didn't look too closely at the other America that existed alongside it, invisible to the comfortable suburbanites who had no particular reason to look. The 1970s brought something that wasn't supposed to happen, according to the theories that had guided economic policy since the Depression. Stagflation, simultaneous high inflation and high unemployment. The oil shocks of 1973 and 1979, when OPEC countries restricted production and prices quadrupled, exposed how vulnerable America had become to global commodity markets. Inflation eroded savings and made long-term planning nearly impossible. Unemployment climbed while prices rose, creating a particular kind of misery, economic pain without even the cold comfort of growth. The Keynesian consensus that had guided policy for decades seemed to have stopped working. The response came gradually through the late 1970s and accelerated sharply under Ronald Reagan. It was a turn toward what came to be called neoliberalism, though that word has been used in so many ways by so many people that using it will annoy someone regardless of intent. The basic argument was that government had grown too large, too intrusive, too confident in its ability to manage outcomes that markets would allocate more efficiently on their own. Deregulation would release entrepreneurial energy. Tax cuts would stimulate investment. Inflation would be brought down by the Federal Reserve's willingness to tolerate a recession as the price of restoring price stability. Reagan's tax cuts in 1980 reduced top marginal rates dramatically, on the theory that lower rates would generate so much economic growth that tax revenues would actually increase. This did not happen. Deficits ballooned. But the tax cuts were popular and proved politically very difficult to reverse. Deregulation proceeded across multiple industries, airlines, banking, telecommunications, with results that varied considerably depending on the industry in question. The air traffic controllers' strike of 1981, which Reagan ended by firing more than 11,000 workers, sent a signal that the government's relationship to organized labor had fundamentally changed. The economic recovery of the 1980s was real, but it was distributed very differently from the post-war prosperity that people still remembered. The stock market boomed. Corporate profits soared. The wealthy became considerably wealthier. But wages for ordinary workers, which had risen steadily throughout the post-war decades, stagnated. Manufacturing jobs disappeared as companies moved production overseas or automated it away. The service economy expanded, but service jobs generally paid less and offered fewer benefits than the factory jobs they replaced. The divergence between productivity and wages, between economic growth and what ordinary people actually experienced, began in this period. The deindustrialization of America remade entire regions. Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Gary, Youngstown, cities that had been centers of manufacturing lost population and economic purpose as factories closed. The Rust Belt, as these places came to be called, became a geography of economic decline, of promises that had not been kept, of futures that had been foreclosed. Workers who had expected to spend their careers at a single company, earning middle-class wages with union benefits, found themselves unemployed at 50 with skills that the new economy did not value. Their children often left for cities where the new jobs were, hollowing out communities that had sustained themselves for generations. Globalization accelerated these trends. Free trade agreements reduced barriers to international commerce, allowing companies to source production wherever costs were lowest. American consumers benefited from cheaper goods, televisions, clothing, electronics made in China or Mexico or Bangladesh. American workers in industries exposed to international competition often did not benefit, finding their wages depressed or their jobs eliminated. The economic theory held that the gains from trade would outweigh the losses in aggregate. This was probably true, but the gains and the losses fell on different people, and the people who lost had reasonable grounds for wondering whether the economic theory had ever really considered their interests. The savings and loan crisis of the late 1980s provided an early and instructive demonstration of what deregulation, applied carelessly, could produce. That story continues. There is something worth sitting with before we begin about the way economies breathe. They expand and they contract. They fill rooms with optimism and then quietly empty them again. And the people caught inside that rhythm, the ones who didn't design the system, who just arrived one morning hoping to do their work and come home, they are the ones who feel the breathing most. That, in a way, is where we find ourselves now. Savings and loans were, for most of their existence, fairly unremarkable places. They took deposits from ordinary people and turned those deposits into home mortgages. Conservative, cautious, a little dull. In the early 1980s, they were deregulated, allowed to make riskier investments than the ones they had always made. Many did so. The results were, in a word, spectacular. Not in the way one hopes for. The investments went bad. The federal insurance fund that guaranteed deposits was overwhelmed. The taxpayer bailout cost over $100 billion, a sum that felt almost incomprehensible at the time. It would later look almost modest by comparison. The 1990s brought something different. The longest sustained economic expansion in American history, driven in significant part by a technology boom that created new industries and transformed ones that had existed for generations. The internet moved from academic curiosity to commercial necessity. Companies like Microsoft and Apple, and later Google and Amazon, grew from startups into something that barely had a word for its own scale. The stock market climbed, the technology-heavy NASDAQ especially, to heights that looked, to anyone paying attention, suspiciously like a bubble. Because they were a bubble. The dot-com crash of 2000 to 2001 wiped out trillions in paper wealth. It revealed, in the process, that many internet companies had business models consisting mainly of optimism and venture capital. There is something quietly human about that, the willingness to believe that a new kind of thing would follow different rules than all the things before it. It never quite works that way. The recovery from the dot-com crash was engineered partly through low interest rates from the Federal Reserve. This had a side effect that seemed, at the time, like a different kind of growth. Housing prices climbed throughout the 2000s. Financial innovation found ways to turn mortgages into securities that could be sliced and diced and sold to investors around the world. It was elaborate. It was, in its own way, impressive. It was also building on something that couldn't hold. When housing prices stopped rising and then started falling, the whole structure began to collapse. The financial crisis of 2008 was the worst since the Great Depression. For a few terrifying weeks, it looked as though it might be worse. Major financial institutions failed or were rescued at the last minute. Credit markets froze as banks refused to lend to each other. The stock market lost over half its value. Unemployment climbed toward 10%. The contagion spread from America to Europe and beyond, tracing the outlines of how thoroughly interconnected the global financial system had become. You are sitting at a kitchen table somewhere in 2008. There is a letter in your hand. The envelope has already been opened. You opened it, set it down, picked it up again. It says the number. The number you owe on a house that is now worth less than that number. Outside, the street is quiet. 2 houses down, there is a foreclosure sign. There was one across the street last month. You put the letter down. You don't know what to do with it yet. That was the human texture underneath the financial terminology. The housing crisis destroyed wealth on a massive scale. Families who had bought homes at inflated prices found themselves underwater. owing more than their houses were worth. Foreclosures displaced millions, with particularly devastating effects on minority communities that had been targeted by predatory lenders. Neighborhoods filled with abandoned houses, their presence dragging down the value of everything around them. The American dream of homeownership, which policy had promoted for decades, became a nightmare for those who had bought at the wrong time or on the wrong terms. The response was controversial, though most economists believe it was probably necessary. The Troubled Asset Relief Program provided hundreds of billions of dollars to stabilize financial institutions. Critics called it a bailout for Wall Street. They were not wrong, though the alternative, a complete collapse of the banking system, was not a preferable outcome. The Federal Reserve cut interest rates to zero, and then invented new tools to inject money into the economy when traditional monetary policy had reached its limits. The Obama administration's stimulus package provided fiscal support, though many economists argued it was too small. The recovery was real. It was also painfully slow. Unemployment remained elevated for years, and many people never fully recovered what they had lost. The aftermath of 2008 left scars that have not fully healed. Trust in financial institutions, never particularly high, fell further. The perception that the system was rigged, that banks got bailout out while ordinary homeowners got foreclosed on, fed political movements on both the left and the right. The slow recovery left a generation of young people struggling to find their footing in an economy that seemed to offer fewer opportunities than their parents had enjoyed. And the inequality that had been growing for decades became impossible to ignore. It was no longer a background fact. It had moved to the center of the room. The economic history of the United States is, in many ways, a story of creative destruction on a continental scale. Industries rise and fall. Fortunes are made and lost. Regions boom and then go quiet. Workers find their skills obsolete and must adapt or suffer. The dynamism that produces innovation and growth also produces instability and dislocation. Every attempt to smooth the cycle out, to provide security without sacrificing growth, has involved trade-offs that seem obvious only in hindsight. What is quietly remarkable, when you step back from the individual crises, is how resilient the system has proven. Each catastrophe prompted reforms that addressed the specific failures that caused it, only for new vulnerabilities to emerge and create new catastrophes. The Panic of 1907 led to the Federal Reserve, which was supposed to prevent banking panics. It failed to do so in the 1930s. The Depression led to deposit insurance and financial regulation that prevented major bank failures for decades, until deregulation created new opportunities for disaster. The 2008 crisis led to Dodd-Frank and stricter oversight, which may or may not prevent the next crisis, which will probably arrive from some direction nobody anticipated. The American faith in capitalism, despite repeated shocks, has proven remarkably durable. Even the Great Depression, which discredited laissez-faire economics and empowered the federal government as never before, didn't produce the turn towards socialism that many expected and some hoped for. Americans accepted Social Security and unemployment insurance while rejecting nationalized industry. They demanded that government do something about economic crises while remaining suspicious of any permanent expansion of government power. This ambivalence, frustrating to ideologues of both left and right, has characterized American economic policy through depression and prosperity alike. The debate over the proper balance between market freedom and government intervention continues today, informed by history but never quite settled by it. The economic anxieties of contemporary America have deep roots in all of this. The sense that the economy no longer works for ordinary people, that the deck is stacked in favor of the wealthy, that hard work no longer guarantees a middle-class life. These complaints echo through every era of American history, sometimes more justified than others, always reflecting real tensions in a system that promises opportunity while producing inequality. Each generation faces its own economic challenges, shaped by the responses to previous crises and creating the conditions for the next ones. The roller coaster keeps rolling, climbing toward another peak or plunging toward another trough, and the passengers can only hold on and hope the track holds. From economic cycles, we move to another form of American struggle, a longer one in some ways, quieter in some moments, and in others, anything but. The prosperity of the post-war era, remarkable as it was, existed alongside systematic discrimination that denied millions of Americans their full share of whatever the American dream was supposed to mean. The economic story and the equality story are intertwined, each shaping the other in ways that continue to resonate. The end of slavery should have been the beginning of equality. It wasn't. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery in 1865. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, granted citizenship to all persons born in the United States and promised equal protection of the laws. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, prohibited denying the vote based on race. On paper, the formerly enslaved were now citizens with the same rights as everyone else. In practice, turning legal equality into actual equality would require another century of struggle. And even then, the job wouldn't be finished. Reconstruction, the period from 1865 to 1877, when federal troops occupied the former Confederacy and attempted to remake Southern society, produced remarkable achievements that are often forgotten. Black men voted in large numbers, elected representatives to state legislatures and to Congress, and participated in politics at every level. Hiram Revels and Blanche Bruce became the first Black United States senators, both representing Mississippi. Robert Smalls, who had escaped slavery by commandeering a Confederate ship and sailing it to Union lines, served 5 terms in Congress. Think about that for a moment. A man who had been enslaved, who had stolen a warship and sailed himself to freedom, would go on to represent his state in the halls of the federal government. There is a whole world compressed into that single life. Public school systems were established throughout the South for the first time during Reconstruction, serving both Black and white children. This was an innovation actively resisted by many whites who understood, correctly, that education was dangerous to the racial hierarchy they intended to preserve. The Freedmen's Bureau helped formerly enslaved people transition to freedom, providing food, medical care, and legal assistance, though it was always underfunded and overwhelmed by the scale of what it was trying to address. But Reconstruction was also violent, contested, and ultimately abandoned. White supremacist organizations like the Ku Klux Klan used terror to prevent Black political participation, murdering voters, burning schools, assassinating Republican officials both Black and white. The federal government responded with legislation and military action that temporarily suppressed the violence, but Northern commitment to Reconstruction waned as other concerns pressed in. The Panic of 1873 shifted attention to economic troubles. Corruption scandals tainted the Grant administration. Northern whites, many of whom had never been particularly committed to Black equality, grew weary of what they called the Negro question and wanted to move on. The disputed election of 1876 effectively ended Reconstruction. Republican Rutherford B. Hayes claimed victory over Democrat Samuel Tilden in an election marked by widespread fraud and intimidation, particularly in the South. The compromise that resolved the dispute involved withdrawing federal troops from the remaining Southern states, leaving Black citizens to the mercy of state governments that had no interest in protecting their rights. The bargain was never formally acknowledged. Its effects were immediate and devastating. Within a few years, the gains of Reconstruction had been systematically dismantled. What replaced Reconstruction was a system of racial oppression so comprehensive and so durable that it would last until the 1960s. Jim Crow laws, named after a minstrel show character, mandated segregation in virtually every aspect of public life. Separate schools, separate hospitals, separate water fountains, waiting rooms, entrances, separate everything. The Supreme Court, in Plessy v. Ferguson in 1896, declared that separate but equal facilities satisfied the Constitution's equal protection requirement. A legal fiction so transparent that even the justices who invented it must have known better. Separate was never equal. Black schools received a fraction of the funding white schools did. Black hospitals were understaffed and undersupplied. The entire system was designed to enforce black subordination while maintaining the pretense of legal equality. Voting rights, supposedly guaranteed by the 15th Amendment, were systematically stripped away through a combination of legal technicalities and outright terror. Poll taxes required payment that many poor black citizens couldn't afford. Literacy tests, administered by white registrars with complete discretion, could be made impossible to pass regardless of the applicant's actual literacy. Black college professors were failed. Illiterate whites were waved through. Grandfather clauses exempted from these requirements anyone whose grandfather had voted, which conveniently included whites whose grandfathers had voted before the Civil War, and excluded black Americans whose grandfathers had been enslaved. And behind all the legal mechanisms stood the constant threat of violence. Black men who attempted to register to vote might find their homes burned, their jobs gone, or their lives ended. The economic dimensions of Jim Crow were as devastating as the political ones. Black farmers, most of whom had emerged from slavery without land or capital, were trapped in systems of sharecropping and tenant farming that kept them perpetually indebted. They worked land they didn't own, bought supplies on credit from stores that charged ruinous rates, and found at the end of each year that they somehow owed more than they had earned. The system wasn't slavery, but it wasn't freedom either. More like a treadmill that kept people running in place while going nowhere. Convict leasing provided another avenue for exploitation. Southern states leased prisoners, disproportionately black men arrested on trivial charges like vagrancy or loitering, to private companies that worked them in mines, on railroads, and in turpentine camps under conditions often worse than slavery. Enslaved people had been valuable property whose owners had some incentive to keep them alive. Leased convicts were expendable, replaceable at minimal cost, and worked to death at rates that should have scandalized a civilized society. The system generated revenue for state governments and profits for businesses while terrorizing black communities, where any man could be swept up on invented charges and essentially re-enslaved. Lynching was the ultimate enforcement mechanism of white supremacy. Between 1882 and 1968, nearly 5,000 people were lynched in the United States, the vast majority of them black men in the South. These were not spontaneous eruptions of mob violence, though they were often portrayed that way. They were public spectacles, announced in advance, attended by crowds that sometimes numbered in the thousands, photographed and commemorated on postcards that participants mailed to friends and family. The victims were accused of crimes ranging from murder to looking at a white woman. But the real crime always was challenging white supremacy in any way. The message was simple and legible: know your place, or this could be you. Against this backdrop, black Americans built institutions, developed strategies, and debated approaches to the problem of equality. Booker T. Washington, born into slavery and educated at Hampton Institute, argued for accommodation and gradual progress. His Atlanta Compromise speech of 1895 urged black Americans to focus on economic self-improvement rather than political rights, to accept segregation for now, while building the skills and resources that would eventually command white respect. Cast down your bucket where you are, he advised. Washington's approach won him white support and made him the most powerful black leader of his era. It also drew criticism from those who believed that accommodation was another word for surrender. W.E.B. Du Bois, the first black person to earn a doctorate from Harvard, offered a sharply different vision. Du Bois argued that political rights and higher education were essential, that black Americans should demand full equality immediately rather than waiting for whites to grant it gradually. His concept of the talented 10th, an educated black elite who would lead the race forward, was explicitly elitist, but also explicitly ambitious. Du Bois helped found the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in 1909, which would become the leading civil rights organization of the 20th century. The NAACP pursued a strategy of legal challenges to segregation, chipping away at Jim Crow through the courts while lobbying for anti-lynching legislation that Southern senators repeatedly blocked through filibuster. Progress was measured in years and decades. Each step forward was contested. Each small gain was hard-won. The Great Migration, which began during World War I and continued through the 1970s, transformed Black America geographically and culturally. Approximately 6 million Black Americans left the rural South for cities in the North, Midwest, and West, seeking economic opportunity and escape from Jim Crow. They found both, but not always in the forms they expected. Northern cities offered better wages and the right to vote, but also discrimination in housing, employment, and public accommodations that differed from Southern Jim Crow in degree rather than in kind. Black neighborhoods were created partly by choice, people wanting to live among their own community, and partly by restrictive covenants, steering by real estate agents, and outright violence against Black families who tried to move into white areas. The Harlem Renaissance of the 1920s and 1930s demonstrated what became possible when those communities took root. Writers like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, and Claude McKay created a distinctively Black American literature. Musicians like Duke Ellington and Louis Armstrong transformed American music through jazz. Artists, intellectuals, and activists gathered in Harlem and other Black urban centers, creating communities of achievement that challenged stereotypes and announced Black presence in American cultural life. The Renaissance couldn't end Jim Crow, but it changed how Black Americans saw themselves and how others saw them. World War II accelerated demands for equality. Black soldiers fought for democracy abroad while being denied it at home, a contradiction that became increasingly difficult to justify. The Double V campaign called for victory over fascism overseas and victory over racism at home. A. Philip Randolph, the labor leader who had organized the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, threatened a march on Washington in 1941 unless President Roosevelt banned discrimination in defense industries. Roosevelt, wanting to avoid the embarrassment and needing Black support, issued Executive Order 8802, creating the Fair Employment Practice Committee. It was a small step, but it established something, the principle that the federal government could act against discrimination. Jackie Robinson's integration of Major League Baseball in 1947 was both symbolic and substantive. Robinson, playing for the Brooklyn Dodgers, faced constant abuse from opposing players, hostile crowds, and even some of his own teammates. He had agreed not to fight back, understanding that any retaliation would be used as evidence that Black players were too volatile for the major leagues. His dignified excellence under pressure won respect across racial lines and opened doors for other Black athletes. Sports integration preceded broader social integration and helped prepare white Americans, at least partially, for the changes that were coming. The legal assault on segregation accelerated in the 1940s and 1950s under the leadership of Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. Marshall, who would later become the first Black Supreme Court justice, argued case after case challenging various aspects of segregation, building precedents that would eventually enable a direct attack on separate but equal itself. That strategy culminated in Brown v. Board of Education in 1954, where the Supreme Court unanimously declared that segregated schools were inherently unequal and therefore unconstitutional. Chief Justice Earl Warren, writing for the court, cited psychological evidence that segregation damaged Black children's self-esteem and educational potential. The decision was historic, a repudiation of Plessy v. Ferguson that promised transformation of Southern society. Implementing Brown was another matter entirely. The court's follow-up decision, known as Brown II, required desegregation to proceed with all deliberate speed, language vague enough to permit massive resistance. Southern states adopted strategies of delay, evasion, and open defiance. Virginia closed public schools rather than integrate them. Arkansas Governor Orville Faubus called out the National Guard to prevent 9 Black students from entering Little Rock Central High School, forcing President Eisenhower to send federal troops to escort the students through hostile crowds. A decade after Brown, most Southern schools remained segregated. The pace of change seemed glacially slow. The modern civil rights movement emerged from frustration with that pace, and from the courage of ordinary people who had simply decided they had waited long enough. Rosa Parks, a seamstress and NAACP activist in Montgomery, Alabama, refused to give up her bus seat to a white passenger on December 1, 1955. Her arrest sparked the Montgomery bus boycott, a year-long campaign in which Black residents walked, carpooled, and did whatever was necessary to avoid riding segregated buses. The boycott brought national attention to the cause and elevated a young Baptist minister named Martin Luther King Jr. to national leadership. King was just 26 years old when the boycott began. He articulated a philosophy of nonviolent resistance drawn from Gandhian principles and the Christian tradition. He argued that confronting injustice with love and discipline would expose the moral bankruptcy of segregation, appealing to the conscience of white Americans and a watching world. This approach was strategic as much as it was ethical. Black Americans, vastly outnumbered and outgunned, could not win through violence. But they could win through moral authority, by demonstrating that their cause was just and their methods peaceful, while their opponents responded with brutality. The sit-in movement began in February 1960 when 4 Black college students in Greensboro, North Carolina, sat down at a segregated lunch counter and refused to leave when denied service. The tactic spread rapidly across the South, with thousands of young people willing to endure abuse, arrest, and violence to challenge segregation in the most personal and everyday settings. Sit-in participants were trained in nonviolent discipline, how to protect themselves when attacked, how to remain calm when hecklers poured food and drinks over them, how to go limp when arrested rather than resist. The training was necessary. Young people had cigarettes extinguished on their skin, were beaten with fists and clubs, and were jailed in facilities designed to break their spirits. They kept coming back. The Freedom Rides of 1961 tested segregation in interstate transportation, with integrated groups of riders traveling through the South on buses and facing mob violence that federal authorities seemed unable or unwilling to prevent. In Anniston, Alabama, one bus was firebombed, and passengers barely escaped before it exploded in flames. In Birmingham, riders were beaten by a mob while police conveniently stayed away. In Montgomery, the violence was worse still. Attorney General Robert Kennedy's personal representative was beaten unconscious alongside the riders. The images of burning buses and bloodied riders, broadcast around the world, embarrassed the Kennedy administration into more active enforcement. Birmingham in 1963 became the movement's defining confrontation. King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference chose Birmingham deliberately, the most segregated city in the South, ruled by Public Safety Commissioner Bull Connor, who could be relied upon to respond to peaceful protest with maximum force. The strategy worked exactly as planned. which is to say it was horrifying. Connor turned fire hoses and police dogs on demonstrators, including children, producing images that shocked the nation and the world. President Kennedy, who had been cautious about civil rights, went on television to declare that the issue was a moral one that could no longer be avoided. The March on Washington in August 1963 brought over 200,000 people to the National Mall, the largest demonstration in American history to that point. King's I Have a Dream speech, delivered from the Lincoln Memorial, became the defining statement of the movement's aspirations. A vision of an America where people would be judged by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin. The speech was brilliant, carefully calibrated, and deeply felt. It is remembered as a triumph, though in the moment, many were uncertain whether the march would change anything at all. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, pushed through Congress by President Lyndon Johnson after Kennedy's assassination, outlawed discrimination in public accommodations, employment, and federally funded programs. The Voting Rights Act of 1965, passed after the brutal suppression of voting rights marches in Selma, Alabama, banned literacy tests and other devices used to prevent black voting, and authorized federal oversight of elections in states with histories of discrimination. These laws transformed American society, ending legal segregation and enabling black political participation at levels not seen since Reconstruction. They were the movement's greatest legislative achievements. But they didn't end racism, and they didn't satisfy everyone. Younger activists, frustrated with the pace of change and the limits of nonviolence, moved toward Black Power, a phrase that meant different things to different people, but generally emphasized self-determination, self-defense, and pride in Black identity rather than integration into white society. Malcolm X, until his break with the Nation of Islam and his assassination in 1965, offered a critique of integration that resonated with many who doubted whether white America would ever truly accept them as equals. The Black Panther Party, founded in Oakland in 1966, combined community programs with armed self-defense, projecting an image of militant resistance that terrified white America and thrilled many young Black Americans. King himself evolved in his final years. He connected racial justice to economic justice and opposed the Vietnam War at the cost of his relationship with the Johnson administration. His Poor People's Campaign sought to build a multiracial coalition demanding economic rights, jobs, income, housing, things the Civil Rights Acts hadn't provided. He was assassinated in Memphis in April 1968, where he had gone to support striking sanitation workers. His death sparked riots in cities across the country, a spasm of grief and rage that seemed to confirm fears about where things were heading. The women's movement followed a parallel trajectory, with its own waves and its own internal debates. The struggle for women's suffrage had begun before the Civil War, when activists like Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony organized the Seneca Falls Convention in 1848 and declared that all men and women are created equal. The movement split after the Civil War over whether to support the 15th Amendment, which enfranchised Black men but not women. Some suffragists argued that women's rights should take priority. Others insisted on solidarity with Black Americans. The suffrage campaign that ultimately succeeded was the one that focused narrowly on the vote, setting aside broader demands for equality that seemed too radical for the moment. The National American Women's Suffrage Association, led by Carrie Chapman Catt, pursued a state-by-state strategy while simultaneously lobbying for a federal amendment. The more militant National Woman's Party, led by Alice Paul, used tactics borrowed from British suffragettes, picketing the White House, hunger strikes, public confrontations that generated both publicity and controversy. Wyoming had granted women's suffrage in 1869, and Western states gradually followed. The 19th Amendment, ratified in 1920, finally extended the vote to women nationwide. Though in practice, Black women in the South remained largely disenfranchised by the same mechanisms that excluded Black men. Winning the vote didn't produce the transformation some suffragists had expected. Women didn't vote as a bloc, didn't immediately reshape politics, didn't end war or clean up government, or accomplish the other changes that some supporters had predicted. The feminist movement subsided into what is sometimes called a period of dormancy, though women continued organizing around specific issues: birth control, labor rights, peace. Margaret Sanger's campaign for contraception challenged laws that classified information about birth control as obscene, eventually winning legal access to contraception that would transform women's lives more profoundly than the vote itself. The modern feminist movement emerged in the 1960s, sparked partly by Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique, which described the dissatisfaction of suburban housewives trapped in domestic roles that didn't fulfill them. Friedan articulated what she called the problem that has no name, the sense among educated women that something was missing from lives that looked, from the outside, perfectly complete. And there we leave it for now, gently, that unfinished sentence hanging in the air like smoke from a fire that hasn't quite gone out. The fight for equality is never a completed thing. It moves, it pauses, it doubles back on itself, and then it moves again. The names change. The specific injustices shift their shapes. But the underlying question, who gets to be fully human in this society, and on whose terms, that question has never stopped being asked. Let the night hold that for a while. There is more to come. But for now, there is just the quiet and the long, slow turning of history in its sleep. Some stories don't end with a conclusion. They end mid-sentence, in the middle of a breath, in the middle of an argument that hasn't finished yet. That is where we are now. And perhaps it's fitting to begin here, in the uncertainty of the present, by looking back at the last few decades of this long American story. Not to judge, not to explain it away, just to lay it gently before you, the way you might set a heavy thing down after carrying it for a while. Let's begin in the early 1960s with a book. Betty Friedan published The Feminine Mystique, and the title alone tells you something about the mood she was trying to name, a kind of pleasant suffocation. The book articulated what it called the problem that has no name, the aching sense of incompleteness felt by women whose lives had been defined entirely by husband, children, and home. It became a bestseller. And it helped give a name and a shape to what would come to be called second-wave feminism, distinguishing it from the earlier first wave that had focused primarily on suffrage. In 1966, Friedan helped found the National Organization for Women, becoming its first president. The organization pursued equality through legislation and litigation, challenging discrimination in employment, in education, in public life. It's interesting to think about the tool they reached for. Not revolution, exactly. Law. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act had already prohibited sex discrimination in employment, though almost accidentally. The provision had been added by a Southern congressman who believed it would help defeat the bill entirely. It didn't defeat the bill, and the language stayed. Now and other organizations used it effectively, turning a cynical maneuver into a genuine instrument of change. There is something quietly funny about that, in a grim sort of way. Then came Title IX in 1972, prohibiting sex discrimination in education. Over time, it would transform women's athletics entirely and open educational doors that had been sealed for generations. More radical voices pushed further. They weren't satisfied with legal equality alone. They wanted to examine the deeper architecture of things. Consciousness-raising groups began meeting in living rooms across the country. Women gathered and talked about their lives, their relationships, their frustrations. And something began to happen in those conversations. They discovered that what had felt like personal failure was, in fact, shared experience. That the private weight they had each been carrying alone was not theirs alone at all. The slogan that emerged from this was simple, and once you heard it, impossible to unhear. The personal is political. It connected domestic violence, sexual harassment, reproductive rights, and countless other intimate struggles to the broader patterns of a world built around male dominance. Radical feminism was never a single unified thing. It contained multitudes. Marxist feminists, lesbian feminists, separatist feminists, people who disagreed vigorously with each other about strategy and theory and almost everything else. But together, they expanded the conversation about what equality would actually require, not just in the courts, in the fabric of everyday life. The backlash came quickly. Critics accused feminists of hating men, of destroying families, of working against nature itself. The phrase women's lib was used as a kind of sneer. Women who identified as feminists faced social pressure to soften their views, to distance themselves from anything too sharp, too honest, too far. The Equal Rights Amendment arrived in this climate. Its language was plain. Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Congress passed it in 1972, and it seemed to be moving steadily toward ratification. Then Phyllis Schlafly organized a countermovement. She and other conservative women raised fears about what the amendment might actually mean in practice. Unisex bathrooms, women in combat, the end of traditional gender roles, and slowly ratification stalled. 3 states short of the required 38. The era failed. It was a real limit. The feminist movement had pushed the law as far as it could, at least in that direction, at least for now. Its goals continued to advance through other means, but the amendment itself remained unratified. Reproductive rights became the most contested ground of all. In 1973, the Supreme Court issued its decision in Roe v. Wade, establishing a constitutional right to abortion. Many believed the question was now settled. It was not settled. Anti-abortion activists, many motivated by deep religious conviction, organized with a precision and patience that surprised observers on the other side. The issue gradually became a defining axis of partisan identity, with Republicans increasingly committed to opposing abortion and Democrats increasingly committed to defending it. The intensity of that conflict would shape American politics for decades in ways that extended far beyond the question of reproductive choice itself. The movements for racial equality and gender equality did not move in parallel without touching. They intersected, they collaborated, and they sometimes conflicted. Black women often found themselves caught in a particular kind of invisibility, expected to prioritize race in civil rights organizations and gender in feminist ones, as though their experience could be cleanly divided into separate categories when it couldn't. Fannie Lou Hamer, who had been beaten nearly to death for attempting to register to vote in Mississippi, spoke with great power about the way race and gender wove together in a life. But her voice was often drowned out by leaders who could not see beyond their own experience. The term intersectionality, coined by legal scholar Kimberlé Crenshaw in 1989, gave this reality a name. It described how different forms of discrimination overlap and compound, creating experiences that cannot be understood by examining race or gender in isolation. The insight became central to contemporary thinking about equality, though it remains contested by those who prefer simpler frameworks. And alongside these movements, emerging more slowly into public view, came the struggle for LGBTQ rights. For most of American history, gay and lesbian Americans lived in secrecy. Exposure could mean the loss of employment, of family, of freedom. The Stonewall Uprising of 1969, when patrons of a New York gay bar resisted a police raid, is often cited as the beginning of the modern gay rights movement, though organizing had occurred earlier, in groups like the Mattachine Society and the Daughters of Bilitis. What made Stonewall different was its defiance, its visibility, and the movement it set in motion. You are standing outside a bar on a warm June night in 1969. The street smells of summer and city. There are lights, voices, the sound of something shifting. You don't know yet what this night will mean, but something in the air has changed, something that cannot be put back. The AIDS crisis of the 1980s devastated gay communities. It also prompted activism unlike anything that had come before, with organizations like ACT UP demanding government action through tactics that were confrontational and, in time, effective. They forced attention to a crisis that many politicians had preferred to simply ignore. The arc of this particular movement was remarkable. Within a few decades, the country moved from sodomy laws that criminalized gay sex to marriage equality in 2015. A transformation that would have seemed not merely unlikely, but genuinely unimaginable to earlier generations. What all of this amounts to, taken together, is not a story of steady progress towards some inevitable destination. It is a story of advances and retreats, of rights won and rights lost, of movements that exceeded their founders' dreams and movements that fell short. Each generation inherited unfinished work. Each faced challenges that the previous generation couldn't have anticipated. The legal barriers that once enforced inequality have largely fallen, but subtler forms of discrimination persist, and debates about what equality actually requires, equal treatment or equal outcomes, individual rights or group remedies, continue without resolution. What is remarkable, surveying all of this, is both how far the country has come and how far it still has to go. The America of 2024 is almost unrecognizable compared to the America of 1924, let alone 1864. Legal segregation is gone. Women vote, work, and lead in numbers that would have astonished the suffragettes. Same-sex couples marry and adopt children. These changes, achieved through decades of struggle, are now so accepted that young people sometimes cannot understand what the fight was about. But inequality persists, in wealth and income, in incarceration and education, in representation and respect. The work continues as it always has, as it probably always will. And then there is the other kind of American power, not legal, not military, cultural. The soft power of American movies, music, and ideas has been as significant in shaping the country's global role as any army or treaty. The American dream, whatever its reality at home, became one of the country's most successful exports. It is a story that deserves its own chapter, and it is woven through everything that follows. The new millennium arrived with fireworks and champagne, and a peculiar undercurrent of dread. Programmers in the 1970s hadn't anticipated that calendar dates might eventually begin with 20 instead of 19. This oversight, known as the Y2K bug, had prompted years of frantic remediation and widespread anxiety that computers would fail, planes would fall from the sky, and civilization would stutter to a halt at the stroke of midnight on January 1st, 2000. It didn't happen. The lights stayed on, whether because the threat had been overhyped or because the last-minute fixes had actually worked remains genuinely debated. Either way, the 21st century arrived with a collective exhale, followed by a vague sense of anticlimax. The future had arrived, and it looked more or less like the present, only with slightly better cell phones. The contested presidential election of 2000 offered an early suggestion that the new century might be less placid than that anticlimactic beginning implied. The race between George W. Bush and Al Gore came down to Florida, where the margin was so thin that it triggered automatic recounts and legal challenges that climbed all the way to the Supreme Court. The court, in a 5-4 decision divided along ideological lines, halted the recount and effectively delivered the presidency to Bush. Bush had lost the popular vote, but won the Electoral College by the narrowest possible margin. Democrats were furious and convinced the election had been stolen. Republicans were triumphant and defensive. The idea that American democracy might routinely produce results that half the country considered illegitimate seemed alarming at the time. In retrospect, it was a preview. Then came the morning of September 11th, 2001. That phrase, a date that genuinely changed everything, had been used so many times for events that didn't actually change very much that it had lost almost all meaning. Then it suddenly recovered it. 19 hijackers affiliated with al-Qaeda, the terrorist organization led by Osama bin Laden, seized 4 commercial airplanes and used them as weapons. 2 planes struck the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York. Both buildings collapsed. A 3rd plane hit the Pentagon. The 4th, believed to have been aimed at either the Capitol or the White House, crashed into a field in Pennsylvania after passengers fought back against the hijackers. Nearly 3,000 people died. It was the deadliest terrorist attack in history, and the deadliest attack on American soil since Pearl Harbor. The immediate response was a kind of unity Americans hadn't experienced in decades. Flags appeared everywhere. Strangers were kind to each other. On the steps of the Capitol, members of Congress stood together and sang "God Bless America." President Bush stood in the rubble of the World Trade Center with a bullhorn and said, "The people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon." His approval rating reached 90%, the highest ever recorded. For a brief period, partisan divisions felt small against the weight of shared grief. The moment didn't last, but while it did, it felt genuinely different. The war in Afghanistan began within weeks, backed by broad international support and clear initial objectives. Destroy al-Qaeda, which had planned the attacks from Afghan territory. Remove the Taliban government that had harbored them. The early military campaign was strikingly swift. Taliban forces collapsed. Al-Qaeda fighters fled into the mountains along the Pakistani border. But finding Osama bin Laden proved far harder than toppling a government. The question of what to do with Afghanistan after the Taliban fell had no easy answer. The mission expanded from counter-terrorism to nation-building, from hunting terrorists to attempting to establish a functioning democracy in a country that had known little but war for decades. American troops would remain in Afghanistan for 20 years, the longest war in American history. When they finally withdrew in 2021, the Taliban returned to power within days. The questions that followed were quiet and painful. What had been accomplished? What had been worth it? The war in Iraq was more controversial from the start. The Bush administration argued that Saddam Hussein's government possessed weapons of mass destruction and might share them with terrorists, creating a threat that could not be tolerated in the aftermath of September 11th. Critics questioned the evidence, the logic, and the basic wisdom of invading a country that had had nothing to do with the attacks. The invasion came in March 2003. Saddam's government fell in weeks. Then the occupation descended into chaos, insurgency, and sectarian violence that killed hundreds of thousands of people and destabilized the entire region. No weapons of mass destruction were found. The primary justification for the war was gone, and American credibility internationally was damaged in ways that took years to begin to repair. The debate about whether the war was a tragic mistake or a noble effort gone badly wrong continues. The costs in lives, in money, and in reputation are not debated. The War on Terror, as the broader effort came to be called, extended far beyond 2 countries and 2 invasions. It involved secret prisons and enhanced interrogation techniques that critics called torture by another name. It involved surveillance programs that collected vast amounts of data on American citizens. The legal and moral architecture of it all seemed, to many, to bend constitutional principles in the name of security. The Patriot Act, passed with overwhelming bipartisan support just weeks after the September 11th attacks, expanded government surveillance powers in ways that would have been unthinkable before that morning. The NSA's warrantless wiretapping program, revealed in 2005, had been collecting communications data on millions of Americans without the court orders traditionally required. In 2013, Edward Snowden's revelations showed the full scope of surveillance, including the collection of metadata on virtually every phone call made in the United States. The detention facility at Guantanamo Bay held suspected terrorists indefinitely and without trial. Some detainees were held for years without charges, without access to lawyers, without any clear process for determining their guilt or innocence. The administration called them enemy combatants, a designation that seemed designed to keep them in a legal gray zone, outside the reach of constitutional protections, outside the reach of clear accountability. Each of these measures had defenders who argued they were necessary to prevent another attack, and critics who argued they violated the very values America claimed to be defending. The debate was never resolved. It was eventually eclipsed by other concerns as the immediate fear of terrorism slowly receded. The financial crisis of 2008 arrived like a second blow. The collapse of the housing bubble and the near failure of the financial system produced the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. The government's response, bailing out the banks while millions of homeowners faced foreclosure, generated fury across the political spectrum, though the fury took different shapes depending on where you stood. The Tea Party movement emerged in 2009, channeling conservative anger at government spending and the bailouts into a political force that would gradually reshape the Republican Party. Occupy Wall Street emerged in 2011, channeling progressive anger at inequality and corporate power into protests that occupied public spaces across the country before fading, without achieving specific policy goals. Two expressions of the same underlying wound. Barack Obama's election in 2008 was a historic moment in the most literal sense. The first African-American president in a nation whose original constitution had counted enslaved people as 3/5 of a person. His campaign's message of hope and change reached an electorate that was exhausted by war and frightened by economic collapse. The images on election night, weeping supporters, celebrations in streets across the country, felt to many like the fulfillment of something Martin Luther King had described decades earlier. Proof, some believed, that America had finally begun to move past its racial past. Others were more careful. They noted that one election didn't erase centuries of compounded inequality, and that the backlash against a black president might be fierce. Both things turned out to be true. The backlash arrived quickly and took several forms. The birther conspiracy theory, which claimed that Obama had not been born in the United States and was therefore ineligible for the presidency, circulated widely despite being thoroughly and repeatedly debunked. Its most prominent promoter was a New York real estate developer named Donald Trump, who demanded to see Obama's birth certificate and then refused to accept the documentation that was eventually released. The birther movement was not really about paperwork. It was about delegitimizing the first black president, about insisting that he didn't belong, that his presidency was somehow fraudulent despite the millions of votes that had put him there. The Affordable Care Act, passed in 2010 after a grinding legislative battle, was the most significant expansion of health care coverage since Medicare and Medicaid in the 1960s. It prohibited insurance companies from denying coverage based on pre-existing conditions. It allowed young adults to remain on their parents' insurance. It created marketplaces where people could purchase subsidized coverage. Republicans unanimously opposed it, calling it a government takeover of health care, and vowed to repeal it at the first opportunity. The law survived multiple repeal attempts and a Supreme Court challenge. Over time, it became accepted enough that Republicans largely stopped promising to eliminate it entirely. Whether it succeeded depends on how you measure success. More people have insurance. Costs remain high. The system remains complicated. The rise of social media changed American political and cultural life in ways that are still being worked out. Facebook, Twitter, and later Instagram and TikTok created new public spaces where information and misinformation could move with unprecedented speed. Political movements could organize rapidly, as the Arab Spring demonstrated, as various domestic protests demonstrated. But so could conspiracy theories, and harassment campaigns, and foreign influence operations. The algorithms that governed these platforms were designed to maximize engagement. And engagement, it turned out, was most reliably produced by content that provoked strong emotional reactions, which often meant content that was outrageous, divisive, or simply false. The platforms rewarded fury. The fragmentation of the media landscape meant that Americans increasingly lived in separate information worlds. Viewers of Fox News inhabited a different reality than viewers of MSNBC, and neither had much in common with those who received their news through Facebook feeds curated by algorithms they did not understand. The concept of shared facts, of a common basis for democratic conversation, eroded. Partisans on each side consumed media that confirmed what they already believed and demonized those who believed differently. The phrase fake news, originally used to describe genuinely fabricated stories, was quickly weaponized by politicians to discredit any reporting they didn't like. In the 2016 election, Russian operatives used social media to sow discord, amplify divisions, and support Donald Trump's candidacy. The platforms themselves seemed unable or unwilling to address the problems their own design had helped create. Efforts at content moderation were attacked from the left as insufficient and from the right as censorship, and the companies were caught between demands that could not be reconciled. Donald Trump's election in 2016 shocked much of the political establishment and delighted his supporters in roughly equal measure. Trump, a real estate developer and reality television personality with no political experience, defeated Hillary Clinton despite losing the popular vote by nearly 3 million ballots. It was the second time in 16 years that the Electoral College had delivered the presidency to the popular vote loser. Trump's campaign themes, immigration restriction, trade protectionism, criticism of political elites, and the promise to make America great again, resonated with voters who felt left behind by globalization and disrespected by cultural change. His opponents saw a dangerous demagogue whose rhetoric encouraged racism, xenophobia, and authoritarianism. The country was deeply divided about the new president before he had even taken office. His presidency was, depending entirely on your perspective, either a necessary disruption of a corrupt system or a 4-year assault on democratic norms and institutions. He governed through Twitter. He called the press enemies of the people. He questioned the legitimacy of elections. He fired officials who investigated him. His supporters argued that his confrontational and unconventional approach was exactly what was needed to shake up a system that had failed ordinary Americans for too long. His critics argued that he was degrading the presidency, empowering authoritarian impulses, and dividing the country for personal and political gain. Both sides were absolutely certain they were right. That certainty was itself part of the problem. The COVID-19 pandemic began spreading globally in early 2020. The virus killed over 1 million Americans. It disrupted the economy, closed schools and businesses, and altered daily life in ways that would have seemed impossible just months before. Lockdowns kept people in their homes for weeks and months at a time. Remote work became the norm for those who could manage it. Essential workers, often lower paid and disproportionately people of color, continued showing up and bearing the risk. Supply chains broke down, creating shortages of everything from toilet paper to computer chips. The economy swung wildly, crashing in the spring, partially recovering by summer, while millions remained unemployed. The public health response became almost immediately politicized. Mask wearing and later vaccination became markers of partisan identity rather than medical practice. In some parts of the country, wearing a mask was understood as civic responsibility. In others, it was seen as government overreach, a symbol of fear and submission. Trump initially downplayed the severity of the virus, then promoted unproven treatments including hydroxychloroquine, then took credit for Operation Warp Speed, the initiative that produced effective vaccines in record time, while many of his own supporters refused to take them. The pandemic exposed and deepened existing divisions, turning a public health emergency into another front in the culture war. And then came May 2020. The murder of George Floyd by Minneapolis police, captured on video showing an officer kneeling on Floyd's neck for over 9 minutes while Floyd said he couldn't breathe, sparked the largest protest movement in American history. Black Lives Matter demonstrations took place in all 50 states and in countries around the world. Millions of people participated in what became a collective demand for racial justice and police reform. The protests were overwhelmingly peaceful, though some involved property destruction and clashes with police that critics used to discredit the movement as a whole. The national conversation about race that followed was intense, painful, and ultimately inconclusive. Progress was made in some areas. Backlash emerged in others. A pattern that should, by this point in the story, feel familiar. The 2020 presidential election took place in the middle of all of this. Pandemic, protest, and an unprecedented volume of mail-in voting, necessitated by health concerns. Also unprecedented were the claims from the incumbent president that the election would be rigged. Trump had been laying the groundwork for months, asserting that mail-in ballots were inherently fraudulent despite decades of successful use in multiple states. He suggested the election might need to be delayed. He declined to commit to accepting the results if he lost. His supporters were primed by these messages. They were prepared to believe that any outcome other than Trump's victory must be the result of fraud. Joe Biden won. He received over 81 million votes, the most in American history, and won the Electoral College 306 to 232. Trump refused to concede. He claimed without evidence that the election had been stolen through massive fraud. His legal team filed more than 60 lawsuits challenging the results. Virtually all were dismissed, often by judges Trump himself had appointed, for lack of evidence. His claims were rejected by his own attorney general, by his own head of election security, by Republican officials in the swing states who had actually administered the voting. None of it mattered. Trump and his supporters had built an alternate reality in which the election had been stolen, and they held to it regardless of what the evidence showed. January 6, 2021, began as a rally near the White House. Trump repeated his claims of election fraud and urged his supporters to march to the Capitol, where Congress was meeting to certify Biden's victory. What followed was an assault on the Capitol building. Rioters broke through windows and doors. They overwhelmed police. Members of Congress were forced to evacuate or shelter in place. For several hours, the seat of American democracy was occupied by a violent mob, seeking to prevent the peaceful transfer of power that had defined the republic since its founding. 5 people died in connection with the attack. More than 100 police officers were injured. The world watched. The aftermath deepened rather than healed the divide. Trump was impeached for a second time. He was again acquitted by the Senate, with most Republicans arguing either that his actions didn't rise to the level of impeachable offenses or that impeaching a president who had already left office was unconstitutional. Investigations and prosecutions of participants continued for years, with hundreds eventually convicted of various offenses. But the underlying claims that had motivated the attack, that the election was stolen, that democratic processes couldn't be trusted, that violence might be justified to save the country, continued to circulate. Believed by a significant portion of the population, despite the complete absence of supporting evidence. Biden's presidency inherited challenges that would have seemed extraordinary in any previous era, but now feel almost routine. Inflation surged to levels not seen in decades, driven partly by pandemic-related supply disruptions and partly by stimulus spending designed to prevent economic collapse. Gas prices rose. Grocery bills climbed. Americans felt the pinch in daily life regardless of economic statistics showing overall growth. The Federal Reserve raised interest rates aggressively to combat inflation, making mortgages and car loans more expensive and raising the risk of the very recession that higher rates are designed to prevent. The withdrawal from Afghanistan, though executing the terms of a deal negotiated by the previous administration, was chaotic and tragic. Desperate Afghans clung to departing planes. A suicide bombing killed 13 American service members and over 100 Afghan civilians. 20 years of American presence, thousands of lives lost, trillions of dollars spent, and the Taliban were back in power within weeks of American departure. The images from Kabul's airport were searing. A bitter end to America's longest war. Immigration at the southern border reached record levels, overwhelming processing capacity and creating humanitarian emergencies that neither party seemed capable of resolving. Republican governors bussed migrants to Democratic cities as political statements. Processing centers were overcrowded. Children were separated from parents. The comprehensive immigration reform that might address the underlying issues remained perpetually out of reach, blocked by partisan gridlock and by fundamental disagreements about what American immigration policy should actually be. The partisan divide that had defined American politics for decades showed no signs of narrowing. Congressional Republicans and Democrats could barely agree on routine matters. Raising the debt ceiling became an opportunity for brinkmanship that threatened economic catastrophe. Gerrymandering ensured that most House seats were safe for one party or the other, meaning that real competition happened in primaries where the most motivated, and often the most extreme, voters dominated. Compromise was punished. Ideological purity was rewarded. And the government lurched from crisis to crisis, barely functional even when functioning was most urgently needed. The Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization in 2022 overturned Roe v. Wade, returning abortion policy to the individual states after nearly 50 years of federal constitutional protection. The decision had been made possible by 3 justices appointed by Trump. Conservatives had worked for decades to place judges on federal courts who might reconsider Roe, and their patience was finally rewarded. The Dobbs decision demonstrated something larger: the long reach of judicial appointments and the capacity of determined movements to achieve goals that had seemed impossible just a few years earlier. The decision galvanized supporters and opponents alike. States rapidly divided into those protecting abortion access and those restricting or banning it, creating a patchwork of laws that varied dramatically depending on where a person happened to live. Women in some states found themselves driving hundreds of miles to access services that had been available locally just months before. The political consequences remained uncertain. Abortion rights supporters won ballot initiatives even in conservative states. Anti-abortion legislators continued pushing for further restrictions. The culture war battles of the late 20th century were not over. Where does this leave the American experiment as the story approaches its present moment? The honest answer is that nobody knows, and anyone who claims certainty is selling something. The institutions that have sustained this republic for nearly 2.5 centuries are under pressures they were not designed to anticipate. The social fabric that holds a diverse democracy together has frayed in ways that are visible and measurable. And yet the country persists, arguing loudly, sometimes violently, about what it wants to be. That, in a way, has always been the American story. Not resolution, not arrival, but the argument itself continuing. There is a particular kind of quiet that settles over a long journey when you realize you are near its end. Not the silence of arrival, but the softer hush of slowing down, of looking back at the road behind you. We have come a long way tonight. And the story we've been carrying together, all of it, from the first people crossing the frozen land bridge into an unknown continent, to the polarized and uncertain present, That story has never been a simple one. It has never been a clean arc bending neatly toward the good. It has been, from the very beginning, an argument. The institutions of American democracy, built and tested and revised across nearly 250 years, are under stresses they have not faced since the Civil War. That is not a dramatic claim. It is simply where things stand. Trust in government has declined. Trust in the media has declined. Trust in each other has declined steadily over decades, not all at once, but like a slow leak in something that once seemed solid. The two major parties now seem to inhabit different realities, consuming different news, believing different facts, holding different values, with very little territory between them that might count as common ground. The prospect of another contested election, another assault on democratic processes, another turn toward the kind of political violence that marked earlier and darker eras, none of it can be dismissed as impossible. And yet, the American system has survived crises before that seemed, at the time, like the end of everything. It survived a civil war that killed more Americans than all the nation's other wars combined. It survived economic collapses so severe they seemed to threaten the entire idea of capitalism. It survived world wars and assassinations and scandals of every conceivable kind, and wave after wave of confident predictions about its imminent collapse. The Constitution, for all its considerable flaws, has proven something that its framers perhaps didn't fully anticipate. It is remarkably adaptable, amended when it needed to be, reinterpreted when circumstances demanded, stretched and pulled and argued over, and somehow still functioning, still there, after all these years. The institutions that look so fragile in the present light have also, historically, shown a certain resilience. They bend under pressure. They have bent dramatically, sometimes terrifyingly, but they have not yet broken. You are standing in a room full of people who cannot agree on anything. The temperature, the hour, even what just happened 5 minutes ago. And yet the room itself is still standing. That is a strange thing to sit with. The demographic changes remaking America will continue regardless of how any election turns out. The country is growing more diverse, more urban, more educated, and, at the same time, older. Each of those trends carries its own quiet implications for politics, for culture, for what the country will look like in another generation. The economy will keep changing. Automation and artificial intelligence are raising questions about work and meaning and purpose that no society has yet found satisfying answers to. Climate change will demand responses that the current shape of American politics seems genuinely ill-equipped to provide. These are not distant concerns. They are already here, already pressing. And the next generation, the one raised on smartphones and social media, the one inheriting problems they did not create, will have to find their own answers to questions that have puzzled every generation before them. That is both an enormous burden and, in some quiet way, a kind of invitation. The American story, as it has unfolded across all the chapters we've moved through tonight, has always been built on contradiction. A nation founded on the language of liberty that practiced slavery. A democracy that excluded the majority of its own population from voting for most of its history. A land of opportunity where opportunity was never equally distributed. A country that proclaimed equality while enforcing hierarchy, that celebrated freedom while restricting it, that promised justice while denying it to enormous numbers of the people it claimed to serve. The gap between American ideals and American reality has always been enormous. That is not a cynical observation. It is simply true. And the question that sits at the heart of all of it has always been the same. Will the ideals pull the reality toward them? Or will the reality expose the ideals as hollow words on old paper? Both have happened, repeatedly, throughout everything we've explored. Progress toward the ideals has been real. Slavery ended. Suffrage expanded. Legal discrimination was abolished. Rights were recognized that previous generations could not have imagined. These are not small things. They are enormous things, won at enormous cost by people whose names are sometimes remembered and sometimes are not. But the resistance to progress has also been real. The backlash that follows every advance. The persistent, painful distance between what America declares itself to be and what it actually does. The struggle continues because it has never been finally won. It probably never will be. Each generation must decide for itself what the ideals mean and how seriously it is willing to pursue them. That decision is never made once and then settled. It is made again and again, in ordinary moments, by ordinary people. And I think about that sometimes. How much of this history was made not by the famous and the powerful, but by people whose names the record never kept. People who worked and waited and hoped and lost and tried again. People whose choices shaped the country anyway, quietly, without ceremony. We have met, across this long telling, presidents and pioneers, enslaved people and suffragettes, immigrants and inventors, heroes whose courage was visible, villains whose damage was lasting, and countless ordinary people who left no famous monument behind, and yet without whom none of it would have taken the shape it did. If there is a single thread running through all of it, perhaps it is this. America has always been an argument about what America should be. The founders argued about it in the summer heat of Philadelphia, swatting flies and disagreeing about almost everything. Every generation since has argued about it, in Congress and in courtrooms, in living rooms and on social media, in streets and in voting booths. The argument is happening right now, tonight, while you listen. The argument gets ugly sometimes. People get hurt. Progress is not guaranteed. But the argument itself, the assumption that citizens can debate their future, that they can shape it through their choices rather than simply receive it from the hands of kings or dictators. That assumption is the thing that makes the American experiment distinct. Whether it will continue to succeed is genuinely uncertain. It has always been genuinely uncertain. The people who crossed Beringia during the Ice Age did not know what they would find on the other side. The colonists who arrived at Jamestown in 1607 did not know if they would survive the winter. The founders who signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776 did not know whether they would win their revolution or hang for treason. The enslaved people who fled north through darkness did not know if they would make it. The immigrants who pressed together on crowded ships crossing the Atlantic did not know if the promises were real. Nobody ever knows. They make their choices and they hope, which is, in the end, all any of us can do, which is, perhaps, the most human thing there is. So let the story settle now. Let it drift down through the layers of your mind like silt through still water, finding its place quietly, without effort. You have carried a great deal tonight. Indigenous civilizations and colonial struggles, revolution and the slow, contested building of a constitution, the expansion westward and the devastating rupture of civil war, industry and immigration, the roar of the 20th century, wars fought abroad and struggles waged at home. The long arc of the 20th century bending toward complexity, toward a present that holds more questions than answers. Let it rest. Let it be there in the background, warm and still, enriching what you already know without demanding anything more from you tonight. The American experiment continues. It will be there in the morning, as complicated and contested and alive as ever. But tonight there is nothing more to decide, nothing that needs resolving before you sleep. The chapters ahead are blank, waiting, patient, unhurried. They will be written by people making choices about who they want to be and what kind of country they want to live in. Some of those chapters will be something wonderful. Some will be something difficult. Most will be, like everything human, quietly complicated. That is a story for another time. For now, let your thoughts drift. Let your breathing slow. Let the weight of the day ease away from your shoulders like a coat being set down at the end of a long journey. The road we've traveled together tonight stretched from Ice Age migrations to the uncertain present, from 13 colonies to 50 states, from a fragile experiment to the largest economy and most powerful military force the world has ever seen. And now to this moment, this quiet room, this gentle ending. Rest now. The story will still be there in the morning, waiting, as it has always waited, for the people who care enough to pay attention. And you are one of those people. That matters, even if you'll never know quite how much. Close your eyes. Let the words go. Let the silence come in, soft and unhurried, and carry you wherever you need to go. Good night. Sleep well tonight. Wherever you are, whatever you're carrying, the story will still be here in the morning. Sleep well.